So much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and it's a program here on 101 ESPN that welcomes you to participate in a wide variety of ways. It is the People's Program. Text in 314-399-9646, the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Open up your YouTube app. Type TMASTL. The next thing you know, you're watching the program. And if you'd like, you're interacting with other listeners in the YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra. YouTube chat, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And then you can call in where Chairman Kurt filters the phone calls. He filters the emails. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And down the stretch they come. Martin, I don't know if they piped it into onboarding or not, but what a development yesterday as Buck Swope tied Al from Dadeville, and we have a two-way tie at the top with 3 emails of the day left in the month of January. This thing's a Jim Dandy. If you want to compete for the $10,000 HVAC system that Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling are giving away, email into the show the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and we will do that coming up on your Stiefel dossier at 9:45. In addition, on your Stiefel dossier, Jeremy Rutherford with us at 8:45 for his appearance, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 2-part questions. And Billiken head coach Josh Schertz will join us at 9:30, in addition to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, a busy night in St. Louis area sports. It's Wednesday, but you said I'd still like to walk across the dance hall for a Sadie Hawkins and pick the cutest boys sitting up against the wall. Who's the cutest boy?
Robbie Avila, I guess, is the cutest boy today.
Wow.
With the game he had last night.
Clip that off.
I would like to have seen it. I couldn't get ESPN Plus.
Oh, my God.
Many times I've gotten ESPN Plus. Username, gotcha. Password, gotcha. Where's the game? Nothing. St. Louis U, Mizzou was all on ESPN Plus. Missed it all.
So you couldn't watch any of the game?
No.
Now, what I understand happened, this was what was owning social media last night. What I understand happened is plenty of people were watching it, and then with like 2 minutes left, it switched to another game.
Oh,
did anybody, Martin, you were probably at the 2 Fox, or were you off yesterday?
I was off last night.
Yeah.
Got home to watch. We had the CBC Father-Son with Matt Vierling. Did a great job.
Oh, God bless.
Pride of the Detroit Tigers. And got home. I actually watched the wrap-up with Kevin Ryans had recorded the game, but I have not gone back to watch it in its entirety. Don't tell Coach Schertz. But I think it was on FanDuel, was it not?
ESPN Plus, but the graphics at the bottom of the screen were FanDuel. Graphics that didn't include the shot clock, the rankings, the team's records,
the score,
statistics, occasionally the score, and then just occasionally the game. FanDuel is exiting the sports landscape in a beautiful fashion because at approximately 9 o'clock St. Louis time, a little, and I don't know how many people saw this. My wife was watching it in a separate room because Tam Avenue Capital Partners, we're always moving numbers, and I can't be distracted when I'm betting $10 live down here. And
was she bothering you?
Thank you.
Good Lord.
And so something pops up on the screen that they're going to switch to another game, and 8, 7, 6. I go, I don't know what the hell this is. Dismiss this notification. It's like when you're watching Apple TV and they tell me an MLS game's going on somewhere. Great. Sounds good. Not interested. This thing pops up and goes, yeah, we're about to switch you to another game. I go, dismiss. Apparently, if you didn't dismiss it, you lost the Billiken game, and then when you tried to switch back, you were blacked out. What in the hell is going on out here?
I don't know. I had to follow the Gamecast. Ever do that? Where it just gives you a written play-by-play?
I was doing that during the banquet. I was trying to figure out what in the heck is going on with this squad, and then watching it down the stretch. I thought maybe this is, we said this after the VCU game, kind of good to be battle-tested instead of winning every game by 15 or 20. Some teams lose by 15 or 20. That's a different topic.
Or 26.
Sorry, Papers.
His head's down over there.
It really is.
He is no good to us today.
Hey, if your only thing there is to get a rise out of me, then maybe it wasn't so good in the first place.
Just commenting in general, but a thrilling Billikens win. And again, we've said this about the national media, that they've kind of been slowly talking about SLU. When you win in that fashion, and Robbie Avila is a brand name for people that follow college basketball, it gives you even more juice nationally. And I do think as you get closer to Selection Sunday, and we've seen it with college football, yes, it's about net rankings, but if they're just like tied for first, then maybe the narrative about the team kind of helps. It just, and a win like that everybody's watching, and a shot like that was great fun.
It was an incredible game. I don't know what, in general, of the population, not even taking sports fans into account, were watching that game when it tipped off at 7 o'clock. Then if you are a sports fan, locally, you had 3 choices with the Blues playing at that exact time. Obviously, the interest level there declining with every passing game. I know we're holding rights, but we're not. And then, nor have we ever, nor will we ever. And then you got Missouri. And relatively early in the proceedings, it was clear that Nate Oates and his sport coat were going to come out victorious. So I don't know how many people then go, let me check out the Billiken game. And if you did, you're going, oh, my God, what the hell's going on here? They're down big. And they were down big really from the get-go. I think they had a 2-0 lead. And then from that point forward, of the 40 minutes in that game, they only led for 4.5 minutes. But when it was all said and done, they got the lead back with 3 seconds on Avila's basket. But if you did watch that game in its entirety, and I was back and forth with the various options last night, including Nebraska-Michigan, which is a separate conversation, but a thrilling game there with the undefeated Huskers battling Jackson's Michigan Wolverines, who he's high on along with Arizona, that you had all kinds of options. If you did watch that thing in its entirety, you probably became an even bigger fan of St. Louis University because it was thrilling. It really was. And it culminates with a tie game. They get the ball back after a defensive stop. George Washington not able to score. Billikens get the ball back, cross half court, 17 seconds left, and call a timeout. They start things off with a pass into the backcourt to the bad man, Kellen Thames, and we'll pick it up here with Bob Ramsey's call on KMOX.
Tie game, 15 seconds left. Kellen, guarded by Garrett Johnson. Kellen, on the dribble. Wants to drive, turns the corner, spins, kicks out. Robbie, open look. Bang! Robbie Avila, 3 seconds. Got to get it in, the length of the floor. Stolen away by Avila. The Billikens win. The Billikens win. Oh, it's Robbie's night at Chaffetz Arena. It's Robbie's night at Chaffetz Arena. Robbie Avila hits the 3 to win the game. 79-76. Oh, baby.
Oh.
For my money, Bob Ramsey's right up there with the greatest play-by-play announcers that St. Louis has had. And we've had some great ones for sure. But for what he does with Billiken basketball, nobody's better, in my opinion.
If you're a Billiken fan, the passion that he exudes mirrors what you are feeling. And what else can you ask for?
Yeah, he's just terrific. He really is. In the big moments especially.
In a recent game, they were on the road. I don't think it was the Bonnies game because that was such a blowout. Maybe it was VCU, and I was in the car, and he dropped it. That is the worst call I have ever seen. And it was in the first half, and I love when Rammer does it because he says it loud enough so that the official can hear him. And then later it was in the second half, and I heard him say, that is the worst. Like, two in one game. But how about Rabbi Avila, who comes here with all the hype? And last year, his season was a little bit of a letdown. Maybe too much was expected. That was a huge, and he's having a really great year. He's their top percentage three-point shooter. He just doesn't shoot and play as much as he did. We had the Sharma game was the Bonnies game. Yeah. And then last night was the Robbie game, as Rammer said. And moving forward, man, if you can get him to heat up a little bit.
He had 22 last night. And who was it? Trey Green had 23. He kind of came out of nowhere, shot the ball extremely well. They were down by 15 at one point. And I'm thinking, is this really where this streak is going to end? George Washington? I kind of figured they would have a
Chuck Todd
rather
nicked
easy
him
night.
at the Schaefer. You're thinking that Chuck Todd.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I sent it to you guys. I was at the Two Fox during the day.
Did he call in?
No, but I was working. I was trying to help my colleagues out because I was off for the evening. Good night to be off, by the way. Nothing going on. Good thing I was there Monday night, but not Tuesday night. But I took a photo for you guys of the graphic where it says the names on there, the screen, and Revolutionaries barely fits. And I was like, this is another reason it's a stupid name.
So they call them the Revs on the broadcast.
I hope he's happy.
Chuck Todd?
To be fair, I don't think Chuck Todd.
I blame him.
I don't think it was his idea.
Rachel Maddow.
But when they switched the name, and he is an alum, and I don't know one way or the other whether he influenced it or not, he did voice the video. So that's why we've lumped him in on this.
Couldn't it have been the Generals or something? George Washington Generals?
That's offensive.
Yeah, so
that would be offensive?
The muskets?
I have to explain
that's offensive
to my kids. How would you explain that to your kids? Call in 314-974-0101. So the Billikens get a thriller. Josh Schertz will join us on the program. Martin, 9:30?
9:30. Coach's choice. He had that dapper sport coat on last night.
Yeah, he went sport coat last night, off-brand.
And he had a Coaches versus Cancer little lapel there, or button on the lapel. But I was thinking, if Friday is the Blizzard game, and I don't know if Coach would want to try this look out, but what about a white suit, like a John Travolta? Like, what do you think? Doug, you think
La Flama Blanca, Kenny Powers. Was that season 2 where he went to Mexico?
Wouldn't that be kind of fun?
Patino did it last year.
I know. And, Rick's a little more slender, so maybe that has a role. No, I'm
might get a cancellation at 9:30.
No,
It looked like a groomsman.
This is coming from me. Look at me, folks.
Talking about Patino?
No. Shirts would look like a groomsman.
Oh, now we're definitely going to get a cancellation.
I'm saying I think he would say, I don't know if that's a good look for me. Just as I would say that about myself. But I kind of wanted maybe a white coat, something kind of
doesn't
fun.
really fit his personality.
He needs to go Hollywood.
I know.
Have sunglasses on up there coaching.
As a person who sweats quite a bit, I don't know if Coach Schertz is a sweater, but a white suit with a guy that might sweat a little bit could be tough.
It's not my best idea, but I was thinking with the Blizzard, because he had the sharp blue blazer last night, and every once in a while when Bruce Weber would break out the orange, producer Dave, big Illinois guy, he's like, yes, he's got the orange blazer tonight. It's like a thing. So it's just an idea that I feel like has already been put to rest.
Kwame Voyukas IV, who to his credit did call in yesterday, starts off right at 7 a.m. I mean, right when I said 7 o'clock in St. Louis. He sent in, good morning, Jackson. Hope all is well. I don't know what that's about. And then he just followed this up at 7:12. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Your ass is grass on Friday, Kilcoyne. So this Kwame Voyukas IV, who we learned
what is that?
went to St. Mary's. So, you do want to mind your P's and Q's, but it sounds like he's coming for you. But it sounds like he wished Jackson a good morning. So that was a lovely sentiment to start.
Well, I offered Kwame Voyukas IV. I offered him the opportunity to buy me a beer on Friday. I wonder if is he rescinding that by saying my ass is grass? Did Chet say that in Weird Science? Did Biff say that in Back to the Future? It does sound like one of those old school
80s villain,
like the bully in high school.
Something that Don Imus would say when he was unhappy with a call.
What's that? That's just grass. Next time I'm in the caucus, Jersey.
Took my son to his first SLU game. Best atmosphere at Chaffetz in a long time. Loudest I've heard it in there since beating Butwa under Travis Ford. That is from the 314. It got loud when they made the run to take the lead in the second half, and then it looked like they were just going to pull away. To George Washington's credit, they responded with a run of their own, but the Billikens went on a 15-0 run to take the lead. 15-0.
Yeah. I'm just really happy that the building's packed and that people are really getting Billikens fever. Mm-hmm. If they could keep this kind of thing going for a few years, it's like we would have another major sport in town. I know it's always been there, Division I hoops, but it hasn't been anywhere close to Blues and Cardinals in the way that it's touched the community. And I think if we had a really strong team like this every year, it would really reshape the sports landscape in St. Louis.
Part of the opportunity is, coincidentally, and we just haven't really had anything like this with regard to the Cardinals being in the spot that they're in, the Blues continue to spiral, that the opportunity is there. It's also an opportunity for Illinois, not that I think they're particularly concerned about St. Louis, but if they do continue to have the kind of season that they've had so far, Illinois is going to be in St. Louis for the first and second rounds. I don't know how they wouldn't. It would be horse crap if they weren't. And so from that standpoint, along with St. Louis University, who I think if they were to go the rest of the way, and I don't know what the record would be, 30-1 or something like that, if they literally win out and then win the A-10, I think they get to St. Louis. That it provides that opportunity, which then, if you can get to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament, can lend itself to carry more momentum for that Big East conversation that is picking up steam around here. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you've got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have gathered this morning. 173 are already in there. Baldwin Beer Bitch says Jackson needs to return his SLU jersey after yesterday's BS. That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. What did Jackson do that you would have to give back your...
That's what you do if you disagree with someone's take, is that you call them out personally.
And ask them to give back their clothing?
Yeah.
All right, I think this is enough harassment of my guy, Papers.
No, I was going to.
He loves ball. He loves the Hoop Rock. He loves the Billikens. He can't wait to be there on Friday. Calm down, everybody. He just doesn't want to compare squads.
Baldwin Beer Bitch is a TMA listener of the month, too.
I was going to have a little bit of Maya Copa this morning, but it doesn't seem like people are really even in the mood for that. It seems like they've already made up their mind about me.
Tim, I didn't see Maya Copa on the dossier. Is this a late ad?
There's a from the desk of Jack B.
Oh. Basically, what I want to say is that what my statement here has nothing to do with St. Louis University. It has to do with Missouri's performance last night. After the Illinois game, I thought once they got Stone and once they got Pierce back, that a performance like the Illinois game was no longer possible, that they were always going to be in games, therefore they've improved substantially. And last night disproved that theory because they got ran off the floor by a team that they should be competitive with, and therefore I believe I'm going to have to start beginning to put the dirt on the 2025-2026 season for the Missouri Tigers.
That could wind up being the best news for the 2025-2026 Missouri Tigers, because now they will immediately somehow find ways to win games.
That'd be great.
And you'd be happy to have a reverse curse.
100%. I cursed them. I mean, it's no joke that after Dennis Gates offered me the scholarship last year, the team went on a tailspin, absolutely fell off a cliff, and really hasn't returned since. So maybe this is what's needed. But yeah,
are you interested, therefore, in ranking the?
Sure, you can take it. You got it. Illinois, SLU, Mizzou. You got it.
Oh my God, there it is!
Everyone got it. Yep, you got it.
Without much of a doubt. Now, right?
Again, and that. Right there, that was a little dig that I won't have. Put them on the floor.
An innocent little comment.
Put them on the floor. For all I know, they play 10 times, they win 5 apiece. I don't know. That could be the case. But SLU has put together a better season, more fun to watch, play more productive basketball. Therefore, yes, you can say that they are the better team.
They're more consistent shooters.
More consistent in everything.
Always seems to shoot pretty well. Mizzou last night, 4 for 21 from three-point range. And in college,
look at their free throw percentage last night.
Forgot it's your free throw, 8 for 23.
Yeah, that is
just terrible. That's high school.
Who would have thought with the Billikens shooting 11 of 22 from the free throw line that Missouri somehow would be worse?
Mm-hmm. So if they'd only just had a respectable amount of free throws, they could have lost by 18.
Yeah.
If you're coaching an eighth grade team and they're 8 for 23 at the free throw line, you're pretty upset by that.
That would be bad 3-point. That would be bad from field goal.
Yeah.
It's unexplainable from free throw. And you can be mad at Gates all you want. That's on the players. You could be mad at Gates about a lot of things, including playing Sean Phillips and Mark Mitchell on the floor at the same time. But what you can't be mad at for him is free throws. That's on the players. These guys are D1 athletes making money now. They have to be able to make free throws.
Do you think Sean Phillips heard that Brody called him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
On a warm day.
That's why he came out and went 5 of 6 from the field?
Jugs in D.C., Doug, as you know, is a former, I can't say colonial because then I'd have to take some time away.
Mm-hmm. God, doesn't that sound good right around now?
Taking some time away. Yeah. Revolutionary. And he is actively texting this morning. I mean, actively. He was ready to go right at 7 o'clock as well. GW was a lock. Where's my money, Brody? Did he have a wager with Brody Herman?
I don't think so.
Okay. It was Chuck Todd. He sucks. Tell that tool, Kwame Voyukas, to pay me too. Does Jackson still think Mizzou is better than SLU? GW is miles better than Mizzou. That's Jugs in D.C., Doug. And he went to George Washington.
Okay.
Loves Mike Jarvis?
I assume he does.
Kind of look like a guy on Star Trek. Had that weird beard.
We're in an era where nearly every game comes down to how are you shooting from 3-point range. And if you have a night like Mizzou has, you could get blown out by anybody when you shoot 8 for 30? No, it was 4 for 21 from 3-point range.
And now they're sideways with
awful.
Jackson for saying Maya culpa. Nice Latin, bitch. That was a harsh version.
Gosh.
And then Manupol Eligible said it is pronounced mea culpa.
Oh, God. Jeez.
So now you need to apologize.
Come at me for other stuff. Come at me
Tim,
for
we're going to lose him. We're going to lose him. This is it.
Holy hell.
I watched a lot of the SLU game last night. The A-10 is so clearly mediocre. Mid-tier athletes, slower pace. SLU fans are delusional. Cute little team, though. That's from the 314.
Gosh,
Doug.
Not nice.
Oh, Doug.
Keep your personal opinions to yourself.
And to your homeboys.
So SLU is 20-1. They would have 13 left if you won your 3 at the conference tournament. So the potential to be 33-1. You'll probably
33-1. All right.
I would say you're going to probably get nicked somewhere. I mean, whether it's at Dayton or whoever.
I mean, Dayton losing last to Rhode Island.
Yeah, I mean, the A-10 is very, very winnable this year, for sure. You have
very, very bad.
Well, okay. Being polite here. Winnable. You have a chance for a really gaudy record, even if you get nicked once or twice. I mean, they're going to finish the season, what, if not 33-1, 31-3, or whatever. I mean, it's going to be by all accounts.
Well, last night's a great example. Like, you don't have your A stuff for 36 minutes of that game, and then you come raring back when it matters most. I think they talked about it in the post game. Like, it's kind of good to play a close game in the conference. They haven't played a close game in a good long while.
Well, the Duquesne game.
Yeah, that got close late, but like where you have to come from behind.
Right. I mean, VCU was tight down the stretch, but this was real controversy. You're playing like crap. Can you put it together? And then can you pull it out late?
And so, therefore, it is great that they do get that experience. Talked a little bit about it, drawing a parallel. And I do think there are some parallels, actually. I mean, I don't want to overstate it. I want to make this clear. I'm talking more about fundamentals and a coach who is starting to get national attention, not to the near level of Curt Cignetti, not to the near level of Indiana. I want to make that crystal clear. But they're a fun team to watch. They're a coach who's endearing. He's picking up national attention, and a program that people are going, St. Louis University's number 21 in the country? And then they get this national attention. Again, they were on SportsCenter. They were on SportsCenter early on. I think it would have been what we call, Doug, in the television industry, do you like this term, the A block?
Well, you could just say the first segment.
Yeah, first segment they were on with Avila's basket. And they're, like I said, fundamentally sound. At the same time, when you have that kind of team, you go, okay, well, it's just a matter of time that they're going to get clipped. Or you go, well, they haven't beaten anybody. And so, and I think in both those cases, it's justifiable to say it. I understand that that pisses some St. Louis University fans off. At the same time, when I asked Jackie Papers, Missouri's 3 best wins yesterday, he was able to rattle them off instantaneously. And then I asked for St. Louis University's 3 best wins, and it kind of puts you to the test. And the unfortunate part about it is when you look at the schedule, it's not like you're going to get your answer between now and the end of the year. But if you are able to get wins like that puts you to the test against a team that was number 72 in the NCAA net rankings coming in George Washington, so not a great team, but perhaps not as bad of a team as maybe the casual observer would think, that helps you down the road when you are in those spots, similarly to Indiana playing Penn State at Penn State, and I think they're going to beat the hell out of Penn State 9 out of 10 times in 2025, 2026. But in that case, they needed to drive down the field, they needed to come back, and therefore they knew they could do it, and that tested their mettle. There's value in that as opposed to just blowing teams out. Last week against Duquesne, they just gave that away. That was just garbage. Last night, they didn't play well, but then they had to fight back, and they did play well down the stretch. Specific to the final play, I'm going to tend to Jackie Papers here, and this is legit. This isn't ball busting. The final play call, I'm curious, and we'll ask Josh Schertz. He's going to be with us. He's on the Stiefel dossier coming up in the 9 o'clock hour at 9:30. The design of that play, and if you were watching it closely, and I know a lot of people, like Doug, got banged out of watching it for whatever went on with the television coverage, Josh Schertz continues to talk to Avila about what to do. And if I'm not mistaken, Tom Ackerman was on the call with Troy Robertson, said something along the lines of Josh Schertz continuing to make sure he gets some final words to Robbie Avila. I'm curious what the thought process was on that play. They got it to Thames on the inbounds pass. He's dribbling. Then he makes his way to the basket with about 8 seconds left. I don't know if it was a play call that if the Avila defender collapses, and I think that was Castro, if he collapses, then Thames kicks it out, and Avila is going to be wide open because he's hitting a 3 in a tie game. Doesn't need to go for 3. Or if Castro doesn't collapse, then Thames goes to the basket where he is, he's so lethal, especially against A-10 competition. Yeah. What did you think of that play call? What do you think of the execution?
I loved it. So, so Thames drives, and if Avila's defender comes with him, Avila's running up the lane, going to the top of the key for a 3. And what was really great is the guy who was on Trey Green rotates over to contest. If he comes earlier, Avila pump fakes. He's got Trey Green, who's been hot so far that game for an open 3 as well. If Avila defenders goes with him to the top of the key, then you have Kellen Thames on a one-on-one. He's either going to the basket to get a good-looking layup or get fouled, go to the line. So, really, really good play call. I think Matt Rocchio, who used to be on the station, our program as well, made a great point. St. Gabriel's made a great point. Says, what does it say that a guy comes off the bench and gets double teamed late in the game and you leave their best player to go double team a guy who comes off the bench? Like, what does that say about Kellen Thames' impact on the game? I thought that was a great point by Matt Rocchio.
Well, and I think what you're talking about there in that final sequence, there are multiple options.
Yeah.
And I think the frustration, not to bag on Mizzou, but when you watch some of those late game decisions, you're like, well, what do they do? They just dribble it and chuck it. Yeah. It's like, well, what was the design? What were the options?
No, you're right.
And in that moment, you say, well, Thames could probably take his guy. Well, and you're right. Maybe if Trey Green pops open, all of it with the clock in mind. Like, you can't shoot that too early because it's tied. So you want to maybe give yourself a chance at a rebound if he misses.
Yeah, love taking a shot with a couple seconds
I'm saying
left.
The timing of it, too, was part of the great execution.
Love that. Love taking a shot, not waiting till the very last second.
Don't wait till the buzzer. Chance at a rebound.
Yeah. It seems like it's a real weapon to have a guy that big, and Avila is listed at 6'10", that big, who can shoot from that far out because he's a big target. He's easy to get a pass to. And it looks like it's not a very long shot. When you're that big, it doesn't look like he's launching these bombs. It looks like a very makeable shot. And for him, it is.
He was cooking
the offense rotates around him at the top of the key. How often do you have that, especially in the Atlantic 10, with a guy who's 6'10", 6'11", whatever it is, and his ability to see the floor and make passes is... I mean, who's better in this league? I mean, I realize, again, it's the Atlantic 10, but I think as Troy Robertson said at the end of the game, the player of the year in the Atlantic 10, and perhaps to date, that very well could be the case. Stephen Time says Dennis Gates isn't making that call. Jackson, do you agree with him?
He did just coach his team into 2 buzzer beaters in one game.
Talk about that.
Yeah.
So...
He didn't make the call last night because he was down by 26.
Yeah, going to be tough to make some calls like that.
Yeah.
And they're playing NBA players, so let's throw that out.
Bediako, man. God,
there's no doubt that the quality of athletes it's deeper in the
it's different.
SEC than it is in the Atlantic.
For sure.
Doesn't mean every team in the SEC is better than every team in the
Well,
A-10.
Harrison's brother Master sees it that way. Martin, he says, my daughter's third grade basketball team could win the Atlantic 10.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I'm sure.
We need to block him. I think we need to block him.
Hey, why does McCautry have comically small font on the back of his jersey on those all-black jerseys?
Wow, that is a take I didn't see
did
coming.
Anyone else notice it? I'm sure people did. The McCautry.
Well, this has been a thing since those new jerseys came out.
But some of
they
Trey
have
Green,
various fonts.
Yeah, Trey Green has normal-looking, cool font, and then McCautry gets it looks like it was made with a label maker.
So when Schertz is on, they just won this thrilling game. First, I'll talk about the white suit. Would he wear it Friday? And then you get into the font, and then he's like, guys, I got to go.
Thames is small. McCautry's is smaller. McCautry's is it's comically small.
We'll talk about it.
You think they ran out of letters?
I don't know, but they gave him a weak foul for that foul out. That was a weak call on that foul out. That was upsetting.
That was absurd.
That was a weak call.
Was it the worst call you've ever seen?
No. I've seen worse.
That game was just a mess, officiating-wise, and it went against both teams. I mean, my God, everybody was in foul trouble. Outside of Avila, somehow, he picked up his first foul with about 5 minutes left in the game, which was unbelievable. Wait, so Schertz is going to be on today, and Jackson just coincidentally comes around on St. Louis University? Didn't think we'd have another Harrison Bader bend-the-knee situation, but yet here we are. Doug, that's from Mr. Licks. That's in reference to the Plowhawk, longtime member of the Morning After, was very critical. I don't know if he was critical of Harrison Bader so much as the Cardinals promoting him as King Bader.
Sure, yeah.
And then we had him on the program, and the Plowhawk bent the knee, which was a popular term at the time, Martin, from Game of Thrones. So I believe that's what Mr. Licks is drawing an analogy to here with Jackson and Billiken head coach Josh Schertz, who will be with us at 9:30.
That text probably hit really hard if you're stupid, because what I said was my...
Hold on. That text
could be the title of the segment.
Hit really hard.
I already put mea culpa.
Yeah, so my mea culpa, and I'm going to keep pronouncing it that way. I don't give a damn. It's a dead language anyways.
It's a shot at my 4 years of lad.
Yeah.
What about Max and Rushmore? He tried to bring it back.
He did to no avail. I said that had nothing to do with SLU. It had to do with Mizzou's performance last night. And once more evidence is shown to me, I can then make more decisions. I can change my opinion on things once more evidence is presented to you, which is how it's worked since, the beginning of human history.
See, I think realistically, I don't think St. Louis University necessarily goes, oh, after that performance, they're better. I think you're probably going Missouri just as...
I just didn't think Mizzou had the thing that they had against Illinois where they are allowing them to just pour on points and have no response. I thought that was over with, but they proved last night that still exists. Therefore, you cannot be a real serious team with that gene.
They are so frustrating to watch.
Yes.
I enjoy watching St. Louis University. Meanwhile, Missouri is so frustrating to watch. Jackson, why is it? If you agree with that premise, by the way, okay.
They take impossibly long to set up a half-court offense. They won't start an offense until 12 seconds left. They have no concept of spacing. They essentially run themselves like an AAU team, where if they're not scoring in transition, they're likely not scoring at all, and rebounding can be optional. They're abysmal from the free throw line during some games. They make silly mental mistakes and then don't capitalize when they create turnovers. It's the antithesis of what it was last year, where it was, yeah, we're probably going to allow a lot of points, but we're going to score even more. This time, they got nothing offensively. They refused to space the floor.
It seems like Mizzou's offense is largely ad lib.
Yeah, that's the AAU aspect.
Some nights it works, and some nights it fails miserably.
That's the AAU aspect of it, and it's incredibly frustrating. They continue to throw these lobbed post-entry passes that get picked off on the backside every single time, yet they do it over and over again. They force shots. Anthony Robinson has regressed more than I've seen a Mizzou player in a long time. It's really, really frustrating.
I'm not a big Jackson fan myself.
Hell yeah.
But I do think he is getting unfair treatment here. SLU might be the better team, but they are a mid-major team that doesn't play the SEC schedule that Mizzou does. The argument can be made that SLU would struggle against an SEC schedule. I do believe SLU is better because of their shooting ability. I just feel like Jackson is getting unfair heat for a take I didn't think was that outlandish. Doug, that's from Box.
Okay, Box.
Shout out to Box.
What do you think SLU's record would be if it played Mizzou's schedule?
I truly don't know. I truly do not know. I don't think they would do well against Florida because I just don't think they match up well. Who knows against Kentucky?
20-1 for sure.
Well, no, they wouldn't be. But, I don't know. It's too hard to say because I don't really have a reference point from SLU.
But they might have 14 or 15 wins still.
In the SEC?
If St. Louis U played Mizzou's schedule?
Oh, to this point, including non-conference? Yeah, probably.
Well, I think you have to walk through it. Would they have beaten Kansas?
No.
Probably not. Okay. Would they have beaten Illinois?
No.
Okay. Would they have won at Ole Miss? Maybe.
Yeah, they
at
could
LSU?
win that game.
Maybe.
Yeah, they could win that game.
Georgia at home. So you could say maybe they'd be a couple games better.
Yeah, Georgia at home. Georgia pretty good.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I'm going through the wins and losses here. Probably a couple games better.
Marsh's collage program says SLU would finish third in the SEC.
Okay.
Can we just enjoy it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I tried saying yesterday, and it was met with just a rainstorm of hell. So.
Ball and Beer Bitch wants you to turn your jersey in. Kind of like at the end of Rudy, Doug. Remember that Dan Devine?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not playing if Rudy's not playing.
So this is going to be a rough
No Gibbsy
night.
backsies.
People are coming after you Friday. My ass is
Your
grass.
ass is grass. Yeah.
This is a real Milka Copa or whatever we got going on.
Milka Copa.
This is...
I just was going to enjoy some libations at Lorenzini's and bottle service and have a pony. And then Martin, we got auctions this weekend. Me and you have auctions, or you had an auction? Carlos Spicy Wiener's got an auction. Okay. I got an auction on Saturday.
I don't know.
I thought you had an auction. Didn't you host an auction or something?
No, I was at a father-son last night.
I thought you had an auction. Why the hell am I thinking you had an auction?
How rough would that be if you forgot that you had an auction on Saturday and then reminded yourself at like 3 p.m. on Saturday you got to go do an auction?
Oh, God. Oh.
Why did I forget?
Yeah, I think Carlos Spicy Winter said they're raising money for the Martyrdome.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I've got a separate point being, I'm just going to be all boozed up this weekend. That's what I'm telling you.
It's a good weekend for it.
Yeah.
And that's how you should do it. Are you going to the auction or are you doing the auction?
No, I'm going to the auction.
Okay, if you're doing the auction, you get all liquored up.
That's another way to handle it.
I had that mistake. I was at a Billiken game, and I had a function that night. I might have been overserved, Doug. It wasn't my fault. And it was like a men's club thing. So I'm like, oh, that's fine. And it was at Holy Redeemer. And then
Home of the Penguins? It used to be the Penguins. Did they change their name, Doug?
I don't know what their name
is.
is.
And the gym was like the heat wasn't working. And then the priest walked in one place and said, hey, Monsignor, why don't you buck up and try? I said something kind of crass or rude. And I was never invited back, Doug.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I win because I never had to go back. Yeah. But I love the Penguins.
Guys, since Jackson hates SLU, can I have his jersey? That thing is fresh. That's from the Will Clark postgame bevy. Jackson?
No, I just said no Gibbsy backsies. It's mine.
You're keeping it.
Yeah, you think I'm giving away my possessions just because I had a take?
That'd be
crazy. No chance in hell. Buy your own damn jersey.
Wham! My team sucks, so yours does too. Nanny boo boo. Come on, Piddles. That's from Sharon and Clayton, who's in Sanibel.
That's not even in the same galaxy of what I said. You're not even close.
Well, all of us are Mizzou fans too. We just kind of got frustrated with them, and now we're on the SLU bandwagon.
It's not about being on any bandwagons. You can root for teams simultaneously. Pretty easily. You might have more emotional investment in one team, like I certainly have more emotional investment in Missouri, but I want Missouri, SLU, and Illinois to be good because it's great for the region. Here we are in the A block talking about college hoop rock. My dreams have been achieved.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
Jackson is slowly turning into the Plowhawk. That's from former TMA fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette.
I love the Plowhawks, so that seems like a compliment.
That's a great compliment.
That's what I take it as.
Are you going to do stand-up at Ballpark Village?
If I did, I might go about it a different way.
You do stand-up, or you did at some point for Hubbard, because when I walk in about once a week, there's a video screen when we walk through the main lobby, and it's clips of the TMA crew.
It was me at the cellar.
And Papers is up there. You're wearing a Cardinal cap, but you've got a mic. You're clearly doing a stand-up routine, but there's no audio, so I can never hear the audio.
Type 5.
It's visual.
Yeah.
What's the deal with driveways?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was very. It was like Dane Cook.
What's the Dane Cook? Wow, good pull.
Shrimply Pibbles, who Doug has been a long-time listener, sends in pictures of his wife, but stopped doing it after I took Mississippi State to cover against Missouri in November.
Is that right?
Says the way the Tiger season is going, Gabe is going to have to start showing some feet post-game to get an audience. I wonder how things went on the post-game show last night. I didn't tune tune in. And he says, Power Mizzou is a cesspool of towny depression right now.
Oh.
Gabe needs to show some feet pics to re-engage the audience. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
His own feet?
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
People watch him on YouTube to see his feet?
Give me your fucking feet!
See?
Apparently so.
Is there a context to that, Papers? Do we know why that was
feet?
said? Yeah, well, no, the
it's
drop.
not well, people want us. That was from Gabe's post
That was on
game.
the post-game show, I think, following the Alabama game.
People get frustrated and they just want to see Gabe's body. Don't you do that with all your, local reporters?
I don't get a lot of email. I don't get a lot of emails after the show.
You're welcome to get involved. Many are choosing to do so in a wide variety of ways. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 207 friends have gathered this morning. Open up the TMA STL channel on YouTube when you open up your YouTube app, or type in youtube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to the channel. 6,480 friends have done so. And, of course, you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and email in themorningafter@InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Jackson, when I'm looking at the standings, I don't know what's going on because I see Marv has 4 wins.
Okay, so my computer's acting up.
Because if I'm not mistaken, it's Allen, Dadeville, and Buck Swope tied with 3.
That is accurate. I don't know.
Marv doesn't have a win.
No, get out of here, Marv.
Get out of here, Marv. That could also be
It
the
was
title
certainly
of the
my
segment.
fault. I don't know what was happening there, but yes, we're good now.
So Allen, Dadeville, and Buck Swope are tied at 3 apiece. The incel from the other side of the couch has 2, and then a wide variety of people have 1. You still could, theoretically, rattle off 4 straight and win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month by tying on Friday and then winning a sudden death playoff on Monday. I think Seth Goldcamp of Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and they're the longest running sponsor. Is planning on coming in, handing a big check to a winner whenever the winner is determined, but that winner might not be determined until Monday if you have a 1-game playoff with Allen Dadeville and Buck Swope. Doug, those 2 gentlemen would be writing a $10,000 email on Monday morning. Sweet mother of mercy.
You think they've got started today already with their emails?
I mean, $10,000.
How quickly can they put those together?
I'm telling you. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you compete in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Call in. Chairman Kurt will get you on. 314-974-0101. Your Stiefel dossier is as followed. 2-part questions with Jeremy Rutherford. That's coming your way at 8:45. Billiken head coach Josh Schertz with us at 9:30. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 9:45. So much to get to on the program. The Blues with the loss last night, Missouri with a debacle last night in Tuscaloosa, the Billikens with the comeback win, Nolan Arenado speaking on foul territory or fair territory. I can never keep him straight, but either way, he's talking to guys with hats on backward.
Foul.
Thank you. We'll have that audio regarding his impressions of what took place here in St. Louis. All that to come on TMA. Presented to you by Brown & Group on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. There you go, Doug.
Now we're cooking. This is music for the ages.
It's TMA 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett has just issued his local college basketball rankings, and he has put Illinois at 1, St. Louis University at 2, and Missouri at 3. A landmark moment here on January 28th, 2026 on 101 ESPN. Chairman Kurt is handling your phone calls. Doug, you've always said it. Wednesdays are for phone calls. So
well, phone lines tend to be poison.
This is an opportunity to get on the program at 314-974-0101. We are in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Jeremy Rutherford taking your two-part questions, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And at 9:30, Billiken head coach Josh Schertz with us on the program. And you can always watch it on YouTube. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and subscribe to the program. Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on the program. And that is Logan Taylor and his team at healthcare-evolution.com. I would imagine many people in our listening audience know exactly what I'm talking about when you say you're working out, you get an injury, you're playing basketball, you're playing hockey, you get an injury, and you're sitting there going, oh man, I got to go and see my doctor. So you get an appointment. It's probably 3 weeks away, 4 weeks away. You see your primary care doctor. Then he or she sends you to a specialist. Now you got to wait 3 or 4 weeks. The specialist sends you to a physical therapist. Physical therapist, after 3 or 4 weeks, says, yeah, it's probably not working out. You might want to get an MRI. And then you can finally get the MRI, and then you might be able to get some kind of treatment or recommendation. What if I told you we can expedite that process with Healthcare Evolution and make it about 24 to 48 hours with a business right here in St. Louis? That's healthcare-evolution.com. Get back to playing hockey. Get back to lifting weights. Get back to your hobbies, your physical activities with healthcare-evolution.com. Doug, Jackson, and I have all been out there for various different treatments. It's ultrasound-guided precision placement regenerative treatments right where your body needs them. How can Healthcare Evolution help you get back to living your life? Healthcare-evolution.com. That is the name of the 7 o'clock hour sponsor. Doug, I mean, you led with the Billikens, and really the Billikens being cut off on television more than anything else.
Right, because that was disappointing.
Where do you want to go next? Missouri loses in T-Town. The Blues losing 3-0. They come back. They mount a Sunday charge in the third period.
Yeah.
And then they still lose by giving up a late goal with about a minute left, mimicking the loss to Dallas 4 or 5 days earlier. Nolan Arenado on the podcast with the guys with the hats on back. What do you want to do? It's up to you. It's another stadium.
Well, I think a lot of people who are interested probably know what happened in the Blues game. So let's hear Nolan.
I agree.
I can't say it. Nolan Arenado. I didn't hear what he had to say.
Jackie Papers, we have 3 different sound bites here. What do we got?
I think the clip that would resonate most with Cardinal fans would be talking about his experience in St. Louis and the ins and outs of, his projections on the team throughout his time here. It's good stuff.
Sure.
Did you see the team dynamic? Did you see it change, that it was going to change as much as it did? And had you known that ahead of time, were you like, maybe I wouldn't have stayed there, or would it have been different? Everybody knew Yachty and Wainwright were going to be gone, but did you think the org was going to change the way that it did?
No, definitely not. I mean, the Cardinals, I think, obviously in 22, it was so much fun watching Albert do his thing, we were a really good team. Then obviously in 23, we signed Wilson, who was a good signing. And, I thought we were just going to be good. I think the Cardinals have always found a way to be good, even when on paper it may not look like they're going to be great, but we always found a way, and they always did. And I think I didn't expect that this turnaround to be the way it has been. I thought 23 was obviously extremely tough. The first losing season in I don't know how many years. So that was extremely disappointing. But, I think, it's just changes happen fast. I don't know. It's hard to even explain. I mean, it happened so fast. It was like 22 won the division. obviously we lost the Phillies, but we felt like we were really good that year. 23 going in, we thought we were going to be pretty good too. And then all of a sudden, losing season, and then everything kind of changed after that. But no, I didn't expect it for sure. And I was actually kind of surprised. I don't know if the new schedule got to us, and, you don't play the division all the time. I don't know if that was part of it, but, I'm not sure what happened.
I got to tell you, that little throwaway right there at the end, focus on that, if you would. Because Arenado will give you, Jackson, do you call them Easter eggs? Is that when you're watching a show and they throw in a little thing?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it was something that got in his head, and I think it was against the Phillies in that series in Game 1 where he hammered a ball and it somehow still, barely got to the warning track. That became something that he would occasionally bring up. It's tough to get hits. It's tough to hit for power in this ballpark. So it sounds like one of the things, and I would imagine if he's saying it there, out of nowhere, really, about the new schedule where you didn't get to feast. Talk about conferences in the A-10 and SEC. Let's talk about divisions. I think everybody would kind of agree that whether it be the American League East or the National League West, or the NL East for that matter, you got your SECs and Big Tens there. The National League Central has been more butt-ass than not. And that was a little throwaway line that maybe it exposed him, I think, is what he was suggesting with that.
He brought up you talking about the Phillies ball that went on to the warning track. He brought that up in the introductory press conference for Arizona.
With Arizona.
He was asked about it, and he goes, no, I think about that a lot. He's like, that stays in my mind a lot.
That specific moment?
Yes.
Holy crap, I didn't know that part.
He said, sorry, the reporter said, sorry to bring it up about, hitting at Chase Field, which is a more hitter-friendly park. And he was like, no, I think about that. Don't worry, man. I think about that a lot.
That specific at bat?
Yep.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Wow.
He did have 34 home runs one year here and 30 the next.
Right.
So he was hitting them out at some point.
And I think he's holding back. It's interesting. He'll go from we and they like they over, which granted he's not on the team anymore, but I think he was so frustrated with this once proud franchise, in a way, kind of like the fans, like, holy smokes, how did this happen on our watch? I think he felt when he was coming to St. Louis, this is one of the best organizations in the history of the game. He saw it disintegrating, but he can't really speak out too much because he didn't play well. And I think that's, like, he'd be a great sounding board, like, holy smokes, what are you doing around here? Saying you're the freaking St. Louis Cardinals. But he knows he can't be too critical because his play dropped off. But I think his frustration is very real, and I think a lot of fans feel the same way. Like, how did this happen? These are the Cardinals. Or he had watched from afar and couldn't wait to be a part of it. They were always in the NLCS. They were always a playoff team. And he's like, all right, I'm finally here. Now, it takes a miracle the first year, but they played a wild card. It was a playoff game in L.A. The next year, because of Albert, they're hosting October baseball. But it was all kind of a mirage there, the two things. Albert in 22, the 17-game winning streak in 21. You get credit for that. And then the patchwork pitching each year just kind of did enough to get him in. But I think as it was falling apart, he was in shock. Like, this is the St. Louis Cardinals.
If the NL Central's so bad, how is it that a team from the division still makes the playoffs every year? It's from the 314. Doug, you want to answer that one?
Well, because
the committee
the winner
put him to the eye test.
The first place team is going to make the playoffs every year.
That was like an SAT question.
The written form.
Yeah.
Central Division champion, you're in. There.
It's kind of like the NFC South this year,
Yeah.
where the Panthers and Buccaneers had rooting interest in the Falcons and Saints game to get in with their dog crap record. Good take, Marty. That's from Pele Blanco.
Wow.
Martin is spot on. That's from Hardy Hancock. Look at this, Martin.
Wow.
Here you go.
Thought my
Hardy
ass was
Hancock.
grass.
Nope, that's Kwame Nwoyukas the fourth.
Who is a class of 2017, and he's 6'1",
205. Yeah. Like
We're
Nolan Gorman.
Sizing him up for a Papers showdown.
What a simpleton, letting one at bat control his forward-moving thinking. Move on! I know age is the main reason, but if you are also defeated mentally, it causes your downward trajectory to spiral faster. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
I want to make it clear that a reporter brought up that hit, that
at bat.
And he talked.
I'm really surprised a reporter. I mean, I'm
pretty in the weeds for an Arizona reporter.
For an Arizona reporter, exactly right.
Because I think I think because Arenado's talked about it before, some years after.
So the Hoosier Trojan Horse, his premise, I think there's something to it. It really did get to him. He just kind of rolled his eyes and he became defeated by it.
Yeah.
And again, it's a flyout. And now it's stupid that you play best of 3 series after 162 games, but that's not Nolan Arenado's problem. So it was a critical at bat, but you really got, like, I would imagine there's way more people in the audience who don't remember that than do.
Right.
You know?
Right. But I think it's compounded by the fact that he hasn't had, and in limited, but he hasn't had much postseason success.
Yes,
so the fact that it was a playoff game, he's still relatively the new guy in St. Louis with this great, proud franchise that he couldn't wait to be part of. And I think he just craved that moment to have, I mean, I was in L.A. for that wild card game, and a national reporter said, "Oh, yeah, Arenado really struggles in the postseason. Everyone knows it." And I said, "How many games has he played?" I said, and you know, he had an 0 for 4 that night. That he didn't do well in the Phillies series. I think he knew that narrative was out there. I think that's why that at bat sticks out even more.
Martin is handsome. That's from the Big Show. They're coming in tomorrow, Martin.
I'd be surprised, really, if a player of his caliber let one at bat affect him that much. It's pretty weak if it does, because he's had who knows how many thousands of at-bats at this point, and he probably had some creep over the wall where he didn't think he got all of it. I mean, you got to be tougher mentally than that. I think probably when the team around you is falling apart, that's when your game you start looking for things that aren't going well. I think that's what happened to him here. The team just fell apart, and so he wasn't very happy. How could you be? Who's happy on a team that's 19 games out of first place? Probably nobody.
Especially when he had kind of experienced that exact situation in Colorado. Right. Never thought it was going to happen here. Did get into the playoffs with that winning streak in 2021. And as you mentioned, 2022, a legitimately good team. I mean, that was a team that was 90-plus wins. I would call it a great team, actually. And the organization was active at the deadline in bringing in Jose Quintana and Jordan Montgomery. But then how quickly it changed in 2023. And do you remember, Martin, that following that season, John Mozeliak flew out and met with him at his home in Southern California to discuss, because he, at least publicly, I guess, there was a decision to make regarding an opt-out clause. And so that was something that I know the St. Louis area sports fans were monitoring as to whether or not he would opt out. And so the thought process was, are the Cardinals going to commit to doing something? Because Arenado could opt out. And that was a real concern among Cardinal fans. And then just 3 years later, the concern became, oh no, he turned down the trade to Houston, which is something that he talked about on Foul Territory, Jackson. Here is Arenado explaining his reasoning for turning down that trade, which I'm sure, with the benefit of hindsight, he regrets, and I'm quite certain that the Cardinals regret.
I mean, I know we're harping on this, but it's just such a unique situation. Last year, the rumors were, you're going to Houston, and then you say no, and then everyone's like, this Nolan Arenado is a terrible human being because he doesn't want to go to Houston. He doesn't want to win, right? I've known you for a long time. I've known nothing about other than you want to win, and you're a great dude, and you want to compete, and you teach young guys, and you come to work every day. Do those feelings hurt you a little bit when you see that stuff? Because someone that knows you from the outside, I know that's not true. I know you want to win, and I know you want to be on a good team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think when trade stuff like this comes up and you have a full no trade, and you obviously wish it doesn't come to the public, but it's just going to, because it's part of the business, and it just things get shared. I have the utmost respect for Houston. I've said this so many times. They traded Kyle Tucker. Bregman wasn't going back. There was a lot of things that I was just a little hesitant at the time. And I respect all those players that are there and that organization. They're great. But, yeah, man, I mean, I didn't enjoy the things that people were saying about me. But, you kind of just block it out. It's just one ear and out the other. I know who I am. You know me. I think my teammates know me. So, and people around the league know who I am. So, I try not to show nobody up or disrespect nobody. But, it's my life. And I have a family, and I got to make the decisions for it. And it wasn't an easy one. But it was the one I went with.
Okay. I don't care for the premise of the question. The guy says, people thought you were a bad human being because you didn't go to Houston. Come on.
It was a little exaggerated.
I have to tell you, that was A.J. Pierzynski, former Cardinal for 30 games or something, asking the question. And that the question stood out to me when I was watching it yesterday.
Yeah, kind of odd. He didn't want to go to a team. Okay, he had that right.
I don't think it's accurate. I just don't think anybody was saying that. I don't think people were saying he's a bad human. Like, oh, wow, surprised.
Nobody of note, I would say.
surprised that he didn't want to go to Houston.
We call that ingratiating ourselves to our guests to endear ourselves for an answer. That's I think they teach that. Is that year 2 at the Missouri Journalism
I think
School?
it's the second-year stuff, yeah.
Was that Don Ranley's class? He just passed away in November, Don Ranley.
I didn't have him. I think Arenado looked at it and said, it looks like Houston's kind of subtracting instead of adding. Maybe that's not where I'll go. Maybe I'll get a better deal down the road. So, no, I won't go to Houston. That's probably all there was to it. Thinking the Cardinals would be better than they were. I don't think any of us thought the Cardinals were going to be one of the better teams in the National League the last couple of years. But still, I don't think I heard anybody say they're going to just be a laughing stock either.
Going into 2025, the expectations were incredibly low. I think we would all agree with that.
And I think even with Tucker,
the over-under, I think, was 76.5 on wins.
Wouldn't you still have gone, even with Tucker traded from Houston, I'd still say that's a better team, better chance to be in October than in St. Louis. I think he overplayed his hand and thought it was early. Remember, it was early in the offseason.
Yes, it was early in December.
And I think his belief was, well, something better will come along. And he kind of rolled the dice.
And that stadium with that short left field, he might have hit 40 home runs there again.
Yeah, you want to talk about a ballpark. That's the antithesis there.
I guarantee on a lie detector he would say, I know, I should have gone to Houston.
Yeah, probably so. Doesn't make him a bad human being.
Why did you set that up as the premise, Doug?
A.J. Przynski is the Jim Acosta of baseball journalism. That's Eric in the Central West End. Who would have thought Jim Acosta would get referenced this morning? But, Doug, here we are.
Here we are.
As we enter into the 8 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. We're broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt taking your phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And you can compete in the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day by emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day the morning after at InsideSTL.com. What a showdown we have here as we head down the stretch with only 3 more emails of the day left in the month of January, and the $10,000 HVAC system prize on the line. Allen Dadeville and Buck Swope are tied with 3 wins apiece. But anybody can still win this thing. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Love Design Air because they're going to get you fixed quick with a great team. The employees come out and they know what they're doing, which is essential, but also they're polite. They're not pushy. They're not trying to sell you something. They'll get the repair done. If you're in the market to replace your HVAC, then they'll come out. That's a different topic. They're not there selling you until you're ready for a new unit. Then they'll come out, make the presentation, explain all of the industry changes. That's what's amazing to me. I had no idea. They start walking through it, quality of air, humidity percentages, all these different things they can control now. You can get it on your phone. I could change the heat. Doug, I could change the heat right now.
Really?
On my phone.
Nice.
They'll teach you all of that after the installation. It's just a great team. They've been around for more than a century. St. Louis based. We love hearing that. Family owned. We love hearing that. Sometimes a St. Louis company can sell out of town. They just keep the name the same, but it's not quite the same when they sell to somebody from out of town. This is based right here. Seth and his team. Great job year in, year out. It's designairservice.com. Get online for all your heating and cooling needs.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on the Stiefel dossier. That's coming your way at 9:45. Billiken head coach Josh Schertz will be with us live on the program at 9:30. And then Jeremy Rutherford in studio with your 2-part questions at 8:45. That's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Made it to midweek. Started to think about the weekend. Need a place for lunch. Papers every day. I said, let's do it. Let's go to the Village Bar, have a little lunch, cheeseburger, waffle fries. You can get a salad if you want. Eat light. Maybe it's happy hour, meeting some friends after work, grab a cold beer. Also, when you're at the Village Bar, make sure you sample the products that are 1879, the rye, the bourbon, Red Barn vodka, all of it made out back in the barn. 1879distilling.com is the website, tells the whole story, why they started this, the German heritage of distilling here in St. Louis. That tradition now continues right out back at the Village Bar. Such a great hangout for friends and family with the game on, get-togethers, whatever it is. And then on the weekends, noon to 5 Saturday, you can go and be a part of the tasting room. It's connected to the Village Bar. It's right there on the east side of the building. Beautiful spot, too. It's sort of like a gift shop for Village Bar in 1879. Noon to 5 on Saturdays, a little tasting room. Find out more about the products, the award-winning spirits. They've been picking up awards throughout the region over the last couple of years. There is a difference. Find out what it's all about. Stop by the Village Bar and ask them for 1879 Distilling.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last night 4-3 to the Dallas Stars. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Florida Panthers. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Maybach music, nice. Jackson, what do we have going on?
Ricky Rose's birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Doug, you knew that.
Yeah, sure I did.
Ricky Rose's birthday.
Yep.
You know his...
Rick Ross, the boss.
Okay.
And he's got a bunch of farmland in Georgia?
Yeah.
Acreage?
Yeah, besides Aubrey, Ricky Rose, the biggest boss here.
Yep. Think about that, Doug.
I don't know what any of you are talking about.
He turns 40.
40 bills, is that right?
40 or 50? No, he turns 50.
50 bills, is that right?
50.
Just lost 10 years, just like that.
Yeah, that's quickly how quickly it happens.
The great Rick Ross. Is he always wearing sunglasses?
Yeah.
Always?
Not always. I've seen him in a video recently.
Doug, you always say Wednesdays are for phone calls on this show.
Well,
Josh Schertz is going to make a phone call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. He's going to be with us on the Stiefel dossier at 9:30. Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 8:45, taking your two-part questions as the Blues mount a comeback last night. Tie it with 3 goals in the third period and control play, but wind up losing in regulation, and it continues to spiral. So, plus more injuries. I was listening to Chris Kerber this morning on the Curbside podcast. 5 of 6 of the top forwards may not be available when they take on the Panthers tomorrow night. So there you go on that situation. Jeremy Rutherford with us coming up at 8:45 in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can compete as Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville are tied at 3 as we head down the stretch for this showdown for a $10,000 HVAC system. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can compete. A lot of college basketball conversation this morning as St. Louis University wins an absolute thriller. Let's take another listen, Jackson. Why don't we? To Bob Ramsey's call of the winner. It was so wonderful.
Okay.
Oh, don't you agree, Mr. Randy Watson, Sexual Chocolate.
Tie game, 15 seconds left. Kellen, guarded by Garrett Johnson. Kellen, on the dribble. Wants to drive, turns the corner, spins, gets out. Robbie, open look. Bang! Robbie Avila, 3 seconds. Got to get it in. The length of the floor. Stolen away by Avila. The Billikens win. The Billikens win. Oh, it's Robbie's night at Chaffetz Arena. It's Robbie's night at Chaffetz Arena. Robbie Avila hits the 3 to win the game. 79-76. Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. And what a call by Rammer. Guess he's on the line with us right now, Bob Ramsey.
Is that right?
Little mini surprise for you guys.
Surprise guest, Bob Ramsey with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Rammer.
Oh, baby, I'm on with the boys.
Yes, what a call, what a game, and what an atmosphere. How did that compare to other games, atmospheres at Chaffetz? Was that one of the best? I would imagine so, sir.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Really a good one, the way it happened. Coach Schertz, and you'll hear from him, but he said on the postgame show that he gave George Washington all the credit, saying that, let's face it, they outplayed us, he said. And but they found a way. They were unrelenting. Even in the last 10 minutes of the game, the Billikens came back a couple of times and took the lead. Crowd's going nuts, and you go, take a breath. Okay, we got this now. And then here comes GW again. Then you got to battle back again, take the lead again, and then they come back again. They were a relentless basketball team, and the Billikens found a way. And then it was so perfect, when Coach Schertz came over to SLU from Indiana State, brought Robbie with him. They came together, and you were hoping for things like this after watching Avila play. And he doesn't, when the games get tough, he just doesn't get excited. he just stays calm. And he and Thames had 2 plays like that late in the half where Thames drove, knew where Robbie was, found him, hit the big 3. Yeah, it was a pretty special moment at the end. But again, it was a struggle. The Bills did not play a great game throughout, but found a way to win, and that's what made it special.
Yeah, that's probably the true sign of a quality team, when you cannot play your A game against a pretty good team and fall down by 15 and still come away with a win. Not many teams could do that.
Yeah, Doug, that was crazy. You know, I don't know about other teams, and I didn't know about this team last night, but they did find a way. Like I said, the thing that was particularly frustrating, even when you were behind, but you'd make a 5-0 run or a 7-0 run, something like that, and here they come back answering with a 10-0 run. It was really frustrating. Coach Schertz made a couple of really dramatic moves in the second half. He switched and put Otieno on Castro, who, by the way, at this point, he's got to be the player of the year in the league. Castro really affected the game, 18 rebounds and stuff that you don't really see in the stats, deflecting passes, making you change what you want to do on offense. He's really a nice player. Anyway, and then late in the game, a dramatic switch, putting Robbie on the extremely athletic Castro, and he really did a terrific job and kind of stymied what they were doing. A couple of times shifting what you were doing against GW, I think made a huge difference in the game.
Rammer, what did you expect? I mean, did you think the team would? I know there was talent coming in, and Coach was quietly telling people. Although what Schertz will tell you off to the side, he'll also say with a microphone. He doesn't care. He'll just say it. But I felt privately he was saying this summer, hey, this is going to be a good team. This is going to be a good team. Has this exceeded, the talent here, has this exceeded your expectations?
Without question. And there's still tons of time left. You can go up, you can go down, you can kind of be mediocre. So who knows what the next 6-7 weeks will bring. But, yes, Marty, you're right. Exceeded I mean, it's the best record the team's ever had at the beginning of the year. There's no way to expect that. And what I did know was it was the deepest team SLU's ever had and the most athletic team. Now, I didn't know that was going to translate into a 20-1 start. That's really a ridiculous thing to say. I got to tell you guys, I was there. It didn't even seem real in the game, and it didn't seem real when you look at the record on the season. So I'm not going to pinch myself for a while. Let's see how it goes.
Bob Ramsey, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. He was on the call last night, the voice of the Billikens, joining us here on the program. You just were talking about, you knew that the athleticism was there, the depth was there. Comparatively speaking, I feel like this is an incredible moment for the program, and you've been the voice for so long in a variety of ways. Part of it is because the Blues and the Cardinals have fallen off, and this team plays a fun style of basketball. You have a coach who has a personality that is endearing, and so it really is a moment for plenty of people who weren't paying attention to start paying attention and get on board, and so therefore there's a real opportunity. And you see the prices for the tickets on Friday, Rammer, for the Dayton game. It's going to be tough to get into the building if people can't get in and they want to go. This is a real opportunity for the program.
Yeah, a couple of things there. First of all, I think it's probably sold out by this morning. I think last night after the game, somebody told me there were like 6 or 8 tickets left. So, it'll be an absolutely full building. The building was nuts last night, and I think we were probably 2,000 short of a sellout. So that tells you what kind of atmosphere it can be. As far as I think it's funny about our town, and you guys talk about this sometimes. We really are the show me state, and I think when it comes to basketball in particular, a little bit of a show me town and state as well. And so you mildly disappointed because the fans that were showing up in November and early December, they were great, but there were still a lot of empty seats and people saying, "Oh, okay. Let's play somebody. Let's see how you do." I think, though, maybe people like me and others weren't describing how much fun the style is. And And so those have been there from day one or along for the ride, but there's always room on the bandwagon, right? And I think when you can win games and play in a really fun style, that makes for the kind of product that'll fill up buildings and get people talking.
Rammer, do you think they're getting closer to the point where you don't have to win the A10 tournament to get a bid? Now, that's for sure. So that should be obviously the goal. But I feel like the resume and now even just some of the national attention, if you can get to 29-3 or whatever the math is, 30-3, and if you don't have to, you think you're getting closer to where there would still be a bid without winning the conference tournament?
Yeah, I think your record still would have to be pretty gaudy to get that done. Let's say, gosh, I hate even putting this out in the universe, but let's say you would lose a couple of games, 2 or 3 games, and then you lose in the semifinals, or probably not the finals, but, and you end up with 5 losses, something like that. Why'd you make me say that, Marty?
Well, no, I'm just. I said 3. So now the clip that's going to go viral. Rammer predicting a 5-loss. No, I'm just saying, can they be an at-large if they continue to play at a really high level? I wouldn't want to take the risk or the chance, but I feel like they're getting closer, at least that being a decent possibility.
I would say, I would say that you have to still have a pretty gaudy record and still keep playing at a high level. And but if you do, maybe the better way to say, if it ended today and you were playing in the league championship tomorrow and somehow missed it, you'd still be in. Yeah, because there's just no, like I say, there's just no way to predict what's going to happen the rest of the way. Dayton comes in Friday. You still got to play at Dayton. Last game of the regular season, you play at George Mason. You go to places that are bonkers, like at Loyola. Now, Loyola's had not a very good year, but they've got a couple of good wins, so they've still got a lot of talent. I'm not trying to do the Lou Holtz thing where everybody's a really good football team. But I'm just saying, we saw last night how if you don't have everything buttoned up, somebody can come up and bite you in the butt, right? So, it's there's a long way to go. But as of right now, I think your statement is probably a pretty good one.
I'm sure there's nobody that's seen more Billiken basketball than you in the last 40-some-odd years, however long you've been doing all the games. How does this team stack up against the best teams the Billikens have ever had?
Well, like I said, it's the deepest and it's the most athletic. It's hard to imagine 20-1. Is it the best ever? That remains to be seen. We won't be able to say that to the end of the year and see where you land, right? Because, Spoons had some great teams. Majerus Cruz had a handful of really great teams. So that remains to be seen. But I would say this, the opportunity is there at the end of the year, the end of March, beginning of April, hopefully, to say, yeah, this is the best team ever. Yeah. But there's a long way to go before you can say that. By the way, Doug, I'd like to correct you.
Nice correction.
So, no. Our friend, sports information director, Brian Kunderman, not too long ago, looked through it and did a stat, and he said, this is unbelievable. I can't believe this is true, but I have to say it. No one has seen more Billiken games ever than me.
How about that?
I would think it's true, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Doug agrees. He was
stunned disbelief in the studio.
I can't imagine who else would even be close. Maybe Earl would be close, but probably nobody more.
No, I've been doing it 5 more years longer than Earl. Yeah. He probably is number 2. And when Brian brought that to me, I said, "Oh, wait a minute. What about the folks that have had season tickets for 60 years and blah blah blah?" And he goes, "Yeah, but they don't go on the road."
Oh, that's true. Miss half of them.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. And all of that kind of pales in comparison to what's happening Friday night, which is TMA night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know officially, it's TMA night.
Yep, that's right. You might think it's the Billiken Hall of Fame night, but really it's TMA night at Schertz.
Well, you kind of popped the balloon of my wife, who her volleyball teams at SLU are going into the Hall of Fame, but now you guys topped it.
Yeah, we had to do that.
We're bigger than the events we attend.
Just send her a note, an autograph note, maybe an 8x10 glossy to the crew. Yeah. That would help. That would help a lot.
And if you could, I'd like you at some point. We'll get you in the Fox 2 studios, and I would like you to rank the worst calls you have ever seen. I'm gonna need your top 10 of the worst calls. Okay.
You're gonna need about an hour.
Bob Ramsey with us here on the program, the voice of the Billikens. What a call last night on Robbie Avila's game winner. Big one on Friday night. Looks like a sellout at Shea Fitzrammer will be on the call. Always enjoy talking it over with you, Bob. Thanks so much for the time this morning.
You guys are the best. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That's Bob Ramsey with us here on the program, and nobody has seen more games than Bob Ramsey.
I think that's what you said, Doug. Maybe he misheard you, but you said there's.
I can't imagine who would have seen more. I don't think anybody called games, Billiken basketball, way back in the 40s and 50s. It lasted for 40 years doing it. So
Skip Irwin probably went to a bunch there for a while.
Yeah. How about this? We've gotten some texts about Matt Rocchio's Twitter feed last night, but this is a different reason. Matt Rocchio, did you guys see this? That after the game, anybody see this? This is the kind of thing, Jackson, you're going to love. This is right up your alley. So they win the game. It's a thrilling game. And then there's video of a couple players after the game. And you're going, uh-oh, was this like a libation festival? Doug, watch this.
Oh, what was it?
Deion Brown and Amari McCautry go back out onto the floor after the game and start practicing.
Oh, nice. Really? Hell yeah.
You love that.
Oh, it's the best.
You love that.
They're probably just so excited after the win. They said, I want to play more basketball.
Some guys have a thing where they have to take 500 to 1,000 shots a day, and if they don't do it, they feel they're not working.
Well, I would say both those guys probably would say they didn't have their greatest games.
Right.
And so there they are, and they're going out there and they're practicing. And Rocchio retweeted that as Deion Brown and Amari McCautry. That comes from the In the Zone show. Palmer Alexander.
Yeah. Well, if you can get a rebounder, there's nothing any more fun in sports than shooting buckets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't have to rebound yourself. But if there's someone down there throwing it back to you, you could do that all night.
You ever shot in the gun? It's like it's a thing that catches your passes and then shoots it back to you. Yeah, no. That invention. That you want to talk about the male loneliness epidemic?
The male loneliness epidemic.
That a thing?
Yeah. Chairman Kurt just got his Hour 2 title. Male loneliness epidemic.
If people want to talk about video games or anything like that, I blame it on the gun.
So if you play video games, you are a lonely male. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there is like a conversation around the male loneliness epidemic, and some would credit.
Is that Professor Scott Galloway? Is that who?
Some say it's the internet. Some say it's video games. I say it's the invention of the gun, where you could start shooting by yourself for as long as you want and get a rebounder.
Doing that and getting to hit with a pitching machine as long as you want. Those are two of the most fun things you can do in sport.
Yeah, indoor golf simulator.
Oh, track.
All these things,
Guys
are trying to get work.
5-iron, brother.
Yeah.
5-iron golf in Clayton. Oh, my goodness. If you have not been, you have got to go. What a place. A wonderful social experience. If you're looking to hang out, they've got a wonderful bar there and restaurant. The food is so good. But then, if you just want to practice, you have all of these TrackMan simulators at 5-Iron Golf in Clayton, online at 5irongolf.com. It's at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard. I think if you look at the outside of it, you go, there's no way there's a bunch of simulators in there, a bar and a restaurant, but there are. 5-Iron has memberships, and 5-Iron hosts parties, and you can go in there and hit on the indoor range, or you can also play a wide variety of 200-plus world-class courses, rain or shine, no dress code. Just go in and get your work in, or have a drink, have some food. My family loves going to 5-Iron. It's becoming a bit of a tradition. 5irongolf.com. Become a 5-Iron member and save. It's an exclusive offer for TMA listeners. Go to 5irongolf.com. That's 5irongolf.com. Wonderful place. Great place to hang out with friends or family. Got a slow weekend, and you're going, man, what are we going to do? Head to 5-Iron Golf. It is really, really a great time. And if you're just a golfer who wants to get work in, practice shots, make sure you stay fresh during the off season, you can dial in your numbers at 5irongolf.com. It is in Clayton, 8045 Forsyth. The other night when Tim and Welly were done, I went in for some post-game reps to get my work in. When Tim and Welly are over, I rarely get off the bench. That's from the recovering alcoholic. Doug, what is he?
Were you at Olive and Oak for a while there?
I was, actually.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, I had the octopus. You like the octopus?
No, I don't. I don't want tentacles.
What if
in
it's
my mouth.
charred?
Yeah, it was charred.
No,
Martin,
I
right.
don't want charred, burnt octopus. No, God.
Saw a bunch of TMA listeners there.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. TMA listeners hang out at only the best of dining establishments.
Well, I don't know.
There's an event there tomorrow. Keith Hernandez is
that right? Keith Hernandez is going to be at Olive and Oak?
There's an event. I mean, it's a private event. I'm trying to find the information on that. Danny Mac is hosting. I think they were selling. Let me see if I can get you. I'll try and pass along some more information. Looking for further details.
Doug, why don't you go in there and see Dan McLaughlin, Keith Hernandez, and some charred octopus?
Well, 2 out of 3 sounds pretty good. I don't want the octopus. Do you have to eat octopus to watch these guys talk?
Martin, what do you see? I know you're pulling it up.
Yeah, you get a cowboy ribeye, maybe?
Oh, cowboy ribeye.
Cattleman's cut?
Yes.
And they
The old
probably,
96er.
the chef could probably, Doug, whip up some grilled chicken for you.
Oh, gosh, that'd be great.
I'll tell you, when I'm back at spring training this year, we're going back to the wing place.
Oh, Brass Ring.
And I'm ordering more in front of Doug. I don't care. I'm doubling down on the wings this year.
I'm not going to that fast food Cuban place you dragged me to, Jackson.
That place is good. You're tripping.
Jackson wants that putt back.
No, I don't.
Really?
I'm full in. I'm going back.
Pollo Tropical?
Yeah, it's delicious.
And that was the front for Gustavo Frayne?
Pollo Romano, which also looked delicious. They tell me that chicken didn't look good in that show.
I owe an apology to all St. Louis University fans. Oh, the Time Brothers coming around.
Really?
How about this? I owe an apology to all SLU fans. I didn't realize this team had it in them to take blue blood George Washington to the buzzer. Oh, no.
Gosh.
No.
You just rained on our parade.
Guys, did I just hear Jackson get there? That's from Starfish Street. You were excited when you heard Deion Brown and Amari McContry went out there and shot extra hoop rock.
I don't think I was that. I mean, I'm fired up that they're getting their work in, getting as many shots up as possible. I don't think I got there.
Did Martin text Robbie Avila during the game again last night? That's from Iggy's great brother.
I called him last year, and it was during the Blizzard game. I don't know why or how, but he didn't have a great game, so I think I'm going to refrain from doing that. I like when he does interviews. If you ever see in a lot of these have been Zooms, I think Monday they Zoom because of the weather. But whenever he talks about coach, he just calls him Schertz. He doesn't say coach or Jock. He just says, yeah, Schertz this. They have a very unique relationship where they kind of crap on each other.
There's a great picture going around after last night's game of them standing back to back, like a promo pic. And Robbie Avila is like 3 of Josh Schertz. It's really great.
That sounds like a tough and cool billboard.
Yeah, it is.
Morning, 6 to 10.
If they didn't have such big grins on their face, it would be like a tough guy promo pic.
You think they can figure a way to get him a couple more years of eligibility?
Well, it seemed to.
Current rules, you just kind of stay there as long as you want nowadays in college.
You could be, as old as you want and come back, put 15 or 16 on the Tigers. Yeah, works great.
NBA player or no?
Who?
Avila.
Probably not.
Hell, he said it himself when he was sitting in here.
Yeah.
He'd look to go overseas,
Step
make
slow.
some bucks.
Yeah. Step slow, can't really, not a great interior defender.
Here is what he had to say right after the game on the floor with Tamar Scher on the Billiken broadcast, which many unfortunately didn't get to see, like Doug Vaughn, who's mad as a hornet.
Couldn't get ESPN.
One shot to make it. They called your number. You got it. What was that like for you?
I mean, it's just what I do. You know, we've had many moments in my career where, you know, we go to me and, you know, I've known to hit those shots, and I'm comfortable with that. You know, KT trusted me on that. Drew, too, picked it out, hit the shot, so let's go home.
So let's go home.
Yeah.
Also at the 3 to give him the lead with about buck 20. I mean, that was a big shot.
In the last probably 6 minutes, he had 3 for 3 or so. I think he had 2 big threes right before that.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. The Bills are down 15 to a 13-8 Atlantic 10 team and come back and win. And we're talking about it as if this is one of the best teams ever in St. Louis. Are you kidding me? Wake the hell up, all you fats. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup.
Well, I think the record alone would say that they're one of the best Billiken teams ever. The best ever? I don't know. I don't know. That's pretty hard to judge.
Not much else going on.
And if the
great in this town.
Yeah.
If the Cardinals are having a tough year, or let's say the Cardinals are having a great year, and then they play the Pirates and they win on a walk-off grand slam, that's kind of fun. Let's talk about it. Let's enjoy it.
Right.
The worst take I saw was a text earlier that said, Ramsey's such a homer. Yeah, he is. Yes, he's been calling their games for 40 years.
Voice of the
He is. He's a homer.
TMA is now slew all day. This isn't my father's TMA, Doug. That's from the 636.
Goodness gracious.
Jugs did say earlier, talk some smut.
People are saying Brody lost some. I'm seeing texts. Hey, guys, can we get back to the fact that Jackson lost $20 for me? That's from Ironhead?
Oh, yeah. All three were wrong.
What do we have?
I had Michigan minus 10.5. I had Missouri
Michigan, great game. Had to come back. Nebraska was on a Billikens at St. Bonaventure like heater from the 3-point range in the first half in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, they won by 3. Michigan won by 3. So that one didn't hit. I had Missouri plus 10.5. Didn't hit. And I had SLU minus 9.5. Didn't hit, which some would argue is as impressive as all 3 hitting. You know, I call that the doofus get your money back bet.
Doofus get your money back.
I think sportsbooks should. If you get all of your parlay selections wrong over 3 legs or more, they should give you your money back.
I have a feeling they won't.
No, they won't, but they should. Because it's equally as impressive as hitting all 3, you know. You have the same likelihood.
Hey, lady Sonia, sorry that your Flow Valley Community College basketball team is, do they even have one? Lols. Doug, that's from the Veiled Prophet.
Oh, I think all the junior colleges blend together and just have one now.
Tim, when will Jackson pay me my $20? A year ago, we bet $20 that his Uber rating wasn't 5 stars. That's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time.
I don't remember that, but if that's the case, send me your Venmo info.
Look at that.
What's your Uber rating?
Seems like he's really bothered by it.
What's your Uber rating, fella?
I think it was like a 4.9 or something. It was 5 stars. But time I checked before saying it on the air, I don't know what happened.
What'd you do to lose a star?
I don't know. I just like to sit there quietly, and I guess that bothers some Uber drivers. I don't want to hear about your app development or the comedy you do on the weekend.
Oh, gosh.
By the way, I mentioned that event Thursday. Keith Hernandez, Danny Mac hosting private event. You can call. It's the former Billikens coach, Darren Hendrickson, put it together. If you were interested in attending that little private get-together with Keith Hernandez, call 435-2340. That's 314-435-2340. Night at Olive and Oak with, they called him Mex back in the day, Doug. Yeah. Keith Hernandez.
Perhaps the greatest defensive first baseman ever in the minds of some.
See that?
I love the SLU talk. So much better than the Mizzou talk. That's from the 636.
I'm not going for it. I'm not going for that bait.
I think it's okay to get excited for a team that hasn't had a lot of great years. And now here they are in first place, 20-1. I think that's okay to get excited about that.
Go back and look at the schedule of every team that only lost 1 or 2 games in the year, and I guarantee you they had to win a couple close ones. Keep up the hate, you trolls. That's from Bucky's Bang Bus.
Oh, is that who it's from?
Where's that go? Because usually the one I see is in South Florida.
Yeah.
I took SLU live bet down 14 and plus 250 money, bitches. That's from the 314, Doug.
Nice, good hit.
Hey, ladies, Sonia, fast lane you. The Bills are 20-1. Enough said. That's from Paul from the wealthy part of West County, and he does call in with stock tips, Doug.
Occasionally. Could use a few now.
Yeah. 20-1 SLU or stinker Mizzou. I'll take SLU. That's from the 636. Lots of TMA fans at Humphreys last night. That's from the 314. I see Humphreys now is sponsoring the what do we call it yesterday? The things that are up in the air.
Oh, the wacky inflatable tube guys.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that. That was cool.
I guess we got to hang out at Humphreys now on Friday night. Bottle service at Lorenzini's, bottle service at Humphreys, stag bars at 3 a.m. and barbecue to follow. And then gala season at the auction. Gala 4-year-old birthday party Sunday. 4-year-old birthday party Sunday.
Well, the docket for you.
Wow. I told you.
I used to go to the AVNs. This is where we are.
I saw your guy Shep yesterday. Joey Vitale had Shep was with him at the morning skate yesterday. And we were talking about the McKernan boys. Shep. Is Shep the one that kicks people in the shin?
Yes.
I kept my distance.
He's an enforcer.
He is the enforcer. The program's called The Morning After. Jeremy Rutherford will talk enforcers with us in studio coming up. I bet Harrison's brother Master is loaded up. 314-399-9646. 2-part questions coming in. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Josh Schertz with us at 9:30. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. What a moment as we are tied with Alan Dadeville and Buck Swope, but still others are alive, including yourself. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com for the a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling for the emailer of the month on the morning after. The program's called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to if you're in the market for a new car, and it doesn't matter what the situation is. They're going to get you that car, little to no money down, best rate possible. That's their guarantee to you no matter what the situation. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes pro to do it right. AutoLoanPro.com. Get online, download that free playbook they put together. It's going to help educate you on how to get that car of your choice in the future. Auto Loan Pro, part of the Lita family, working with over 50 different lenders, not vendors, there's a difference. 50 different lenders giving them the best options for you. And making that large purchase with financing can get complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup in your financial situation. They understand. They're going to work with you. Auto Loan Pro, get you back on track. Financing a car, only thing to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com.
Did you see Braxton Boy's residency at the Sphere?
Did not. Not this year.
Have you been to the Sphere, Tim?
I have not been inside the Sphere.
I want to go, and I want to see The Wizard of Oz, the movie there.
And they, like, have shrubs blowing around in there.
Supposedly, yeah. They have debris that blows into your face and everything.
You're into that, huh?
Jeremy Rutherford's going to join us here coming up in the next segment. We've done like 3 30-minute segments, so we need to catch up. Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the program. Founded in 1979 and serving St. Louis for over 45 years and helping the injured in St. Louis get justice for over 45 years. To the insurance company, you're just a claim number. To your team at Brown & Crouppen, you're a person with a name that Brown & Crouppen cares about and will fight for. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts? Plus, they are going to come to you. After an accident, money's tight. That's why they offer so much for free. You can always call them for free any day, anytime. Your first consultation, always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. At Brown & Crouppen, it won't cost too much. You pay nothing up front, and they never get paid unless you do. When you're a client, all questions are answered for free. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. The Stiefel dossier features Jeremy Rutherford in studio taking 2-part questions. Next, Josh Schertz with us at 9:30, and then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. There's your Stiefel dossier. The program's called TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. 8 o'clock hour is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne with you from the Stiefel Studios. And Doug, every Wednesday at about 8:45, a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Rutherford comes in from Oakville. Jefferson County.
Is that a direct flight?
Special. Yeah, stop over Jefferson County, stop over in Oakville, and then you come into Creve Coeur, and he's presented to you by Melville's own Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Doug, look, it's JR right there.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, JR.
What a gallery.
Hey, I've been listening to 7, loyal listener, and I have my 3 subjects that you will not hear on any other show. You know, I bring those each week.
Yeah, what do you got today?
Yeah, today, 3 things that you are not going to hear on any other show in this world, 8 billion people for the record. Charred octopus, Jim Acosta, and Get There.
Oh, yeah, Jackson. I had to clean that text up before reading it, too.
Have you ever had charred octopus?
I have not.
You wouldn't eat it, would you?
I probably would. Yeah, I probably
you would.
And you would be delighted when you
put
had
some
it. Trust
like
me.
Oreo crumbles on it or something. And,
there's a delicious sauce and like kind of like potato wedges mixed in there with the soppins and the tentacles.
Charred octopus in Jefferson County sounds like a trap.
It sounds like what you'd eat if you had nothing else. Yeah, I mean, the refrigerator completely empty. Well, we got some charred octopus left over.
Catch it in the Merrimack and char it up.
JR, the 2-part questions are coming in. Harrison's brother Master was ready to go right from the get-go. 314-399-9646. What can we say at this point?
I thought we said no blues talk.
No blues talk, Doug. There it is.
JR is here not to talk blues.
Brought to you by Mark Hanna. What do we want to know about the Blues?
Nice little rally last night,
There
right?
you go. Hold those rights.
But I do feel like they played that game with Dallas, the same game, didn't they?
Yeah, identical game. What was it, a minute 08 and a minute?
Yeah.
With 2 goals. Yeah. And also off of icing, although, the ones the other night, Broberg and Parayko, those were kind of plays that you'd like to have back. But last night, at first when I saw that pass by Tucker down the rink for the icing, I thought, oh, here we go again. But Jim Montgomery explaining afterwards that one was actually a good play, just kind of skipped off the glass and got away from the forward, and he couldn't get a piece of it to prevent the icing. So puck goes back in the blue zone, and Dallas scores again. So tough loss.
Well, what's the mood around the players? Are they pretty frustrated at this point? This would be the dog days of the season, I'm sure, with a lot still to go, and it looks pretty hopeless at this point.
Yeah, I think so. I think, if I'm being honest, though, I think, a month and a half ago, there's frustration. I don't want to say anybody is resigned to any facts or anything like that. But when you see the standings and you got the break around the corner, you lose another one last night where you just can't write that script. I almost feel like, everybody knows which direction this thing's headed, and we're going to see some trades. And, this isn't a situation like last year where you're still trying to fight after the Four Nations tournament to get into the playoffs, even though, people might say that. I feel like everybody knows where this one's going.
And I think Montgomery, you can say, hey, he's not getting it done. The coach should be doing better. I think in this situation where this season just sucks. I mean, it just happened, and I don't know how it all happened, but he has the right temperament to maybe kind of get through this, where other coaches, some of them can kind of get in the tank and they're just like depressed to be around, and like it really ruins the vibe where you're like last night, you're still competing, you're losing again. But I think he at least has the right temperament to kind of get through this rest of this season.
Yeah, I really do think so. And, there's a lot of people, I feel like that are behind him in that regard. I think that recently, my mailbag last week, people started to say, hey, when are you going to question Montgomery and the coaching and so on and so forth? And I told you guys last week that, he is on them in practice. Like, he's still preaching, the right way to play. And I think that he realizes there's going to be some turnover with the roster and is probably looking forward to that. And in the meantime, he's going to coach up these young guys because they are the future of the team. So I really do think that he's handled this about the best you can do. But I realize there's going to be people who hear that and say, well, yeah, they're in the jam because of, things not getting done. I get that. But like you said, however this season happened, it just happened.
Braden Shen had a couple goals last night. He's now tied for the team lead with 12 goals. Yeah. I suppose that doesn't hurt his trade value any, does it?
No, that should probably help. Yeah, that should probably help. And he's a guy who, do you keep a culture guy around? I don't think that they will. I think that he's going to generate enough interest and going to help a team that's going to be in the playoffs that he'll get some interest heading into that deadline. And I don't know that the Blues will get maybe a first-round pick or more than they thought they would last year when he was kind of in that conversation. But I think that they should get something good coming back their way.
Two-parters for Jeremy Rutherford here on TMA are welcome in the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. We'll also take a look at the two-parters in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and you can subscribe to the TMA YouTube channel. And if you'd like, talk it over with other listeners while watching the program. Greetings, JR. Why haven't the Blues made any moves? I see other teams making moves. I guess we'll just go ahead and get everyone injured so we can't make any deals. Also, why isn't anyone talking about Doug Armstrong's job security? Instead of going rebuild, he went retool. In the end, they'll wind up in the same time frame, about 8 years. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
Harrison. Well, I got answers for both. Hopefully they'll provide some context here, but no moves. I really do think it's because a couple things. You got the Olympic trade freeze coming up, and so for 3 weeks the league's going to be shut down. And if you make a deal for a player right now, that player is going to count against the new team's cap the entire 3 weeks. And I think teams are trying to avoid that situation. Plus, what about if you do have an Olympian? What about if you have let's just say a Colton Parayko, a Jordan Binnington, and you make a trade for them right before the Olympics, and they go to the Olympics and get hurt? So I think there's a couple reasons why you're not going to see deals, even though we've seen a few before the Olympic freeze coming up. And I think that's going to happen when they come back from the Olympics and prior to the trade deadline in early March. And job security, like, he's here for the next 3 years after next season as the president of hockey operations. So, there's no issue or topic or conversation to be had with Doug Armstrong and job security because we already know what's going to happen with that.
Well, cousin Nick, who from Minnesota, now from Atlanta, says leading the team in goals with 12. 12?
Tied for the top.
That's tough.
And this is a guy who grew up in Minneapolis, all the hockey, loves the hockey, and is just a casual observer of the Blues and says leads the team with 12. That is a sign of how bad it's been.
Yeah.
What was it the other? I think I'd have to look at it. Dallas had 5 players with more goals than the Blues' leading scorer, and I think somebody said that of those 5, they're all 26 or under, or three of the 5. So, I really do think when you look at some of these Blues young players, the Snuggeruds, the Dvorskys, the Stenberg, there's reason for optimism, but this year, the production from those top guys hasn't been there. And if you had to write the obit today, I think that's the number one reason why this team didn't come together this year, because of that lack of production up top.
Yeah.
JR, please tell us Kairu's days are numbered as a Blue and best Jeffco bathroom stall to just get after it. That's Jobu's Rum.
Kairu's day is numbered. I think that there are a couple teams that are interested in him. I think that Washington is one. They've been after some speed, and he certainly provides that. Blues fans can say what they want about Kairu, but I think he's viewed around the league as a player who can bring that. There's been some Seattle rumors. I don't know that how much validity is to that, but I think when you start talking Jordan Kyrou, I just think that there's a couple teams out there that would love to have him. It's just a matter of, do the Blues feel like they're getting enough back in a deal like that? And Jeffco bathroom stalls.
Okay. Second part.
I might have to come back to that one. I have to think.
Scribble that down in your
I got
notepad.
it right here. Kairu's days numbered and Jeffco bath stall.
What's interesting, JR, is all the talk the last couple of years, it was about the no trade clause. Oh, we can't move this guy because he's got the no trade. I feel like now most of these guys are probably like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Fresh start. I don't think that's as big a hurdle as it may. Even like Shen last year, I don't really want to go, and had the final say because of the no trade clause. I feel like as bad as it's been this year, guys are like, yeah, going to a playoff team sounds good.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the case this year. And combination of, Marty, a lot of those guys, their no trade clauses went from full to 15 teams, like a Binnington, like a Shen, like a Falk. So, yes, the Kyrous and the Thomases still have full no trade clauses, but I agree with you that, if you're Kyrou and it's not working out here, you'd be willing to waive that. Which every time we talk about no trade clauses, Jackson, I just cannot get over it. Seems like everybody in the NHL has one. And what is there, one player? Is it LeBron in the NBA?
So it's just not a thing in the association?
Yeah. It's not.
No trades?
It's not as common as many other sports.
As far as the restrooms, I like to hang out at a lot of truck stop men's rooms.
Flip that off.
And I was at Wally's the other day. This is the nicest restroom you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah.
What's going on in there,
High
Doug?
tech, looks like what you'd see at the Ritz or something.
Really?
Wally's men's room. Yeah, it's
people just hanging
unbelievable.
out?
nobody hanging out. But
Did you carve a hole in the wall?
No, I did none of that. But it had all the technology and that individual stall. I was stunned by how nice.
Call for a good time.
Wow. New sponsorship opportunity. Doug's Bathroom Ratings.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, Wally's right there at the top.
Well, QT's going to have to pick up their game. I'm just saying. Bathroom-wise.
JR, everyone loves a good three-way. Do you think that it's going to take another team to take some of the salary burden away if the Blues trade away any of the so-called core? That's from Vizini.
I don't think so because these guys aren't $12 million guys. You're looking at Kyrou and Thomas, $8 million guys, and typically, those aren't the types of deals that require Doug. What is it? A three-way?
Well, I wouldn't know about anything like that.
To pull this off, perhaps because teams are up against the deadline or up against the cap this year. It's not like the cap is at 114 yet. So, $95 million. Yeah, there's teams up against the cap that, if they're going to make that deal this year and try to pull it off before the deadline, you might need it. But I just don't see those contracts right now as being prohibitive to make a straight up deal.
JR, you ever have that chilly three-way at Steak and Shake?
Oh yeah. But you know what? It's a situation, Steak and Shake guys. You need the 60-year-old, 70-year-old grandma bringing it out to you. This kiosk thing,
does streamline the process.
I haven't done the kiosk at Steak and Shake. Is that what they all are now?
Yeah, it really streamlines the process.
How many are left? I feel like
there's one by the patron saint of the Peach Fuzz Mustache. There's one at Lake St. Louis.
Watson Road and Elm.
The one on Hampton is the one I've been to at the kiosk.
You guys are talking about the ones all way up north.
Way up north. I feel like there's more Steak and Shake billboards saying you can buy a franchise for $10,000 than there are actual locations.
No.
But are you guys with me? You got to have the...
No, I always thought the waiter and waitress thing was a little odd for a place where you get a $4 cheeseburger.
Yeah.
It just felt wrong.
You're tipping more than the burger is.
But yeah, I want to be, pro food service here, but at the same time, let's streamline the process.
Two-part question. Do you honestly expect a Thomas trade? And how great was it to have that carport with all the snow? That's from Moistest Alou, possible burner.
I wish I had a carport. We don't have a carport to protect the vehicles.
What do you have? You got nothing?
That might have been the last house, Doug. We got a garage this time.
Park on the lawn.
Yeah, growing up, it was tough to brush off the car all the time. But Thomas, I don't think at the end of the day there's going to be a trade. I think that they still believe in him as a player. I think that to move a player like him who's got $8 million, 5-6 years left, is going to be tough to do. And I think there'd be interest for sure. I think the Blues could get a decent package back, but I think at the end of the day you need a top line or second line center, and the Blues, other than Dalibor Dvorsky, don't have that. So I don't know how they're going to pull that off.
We've talked a lot about the veterans not having much of a year collectively. Do you think the young players have developed the way that you would expect them to or hope that they would?
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, have they had some hiccups? Sure. But Dalibor Dvorsky, if you would have said he's going to play 50 or 60 games and show some, put up some highlights like he has, and Snuggerud last night, that pass to Braden Shen, that just continues to show the type of vision he's got. And Stenberg, who would have said at the beginning of the year, people are going to be upset that you're sending Stenberg down to get some time to play in the minors so he can stay there for the Olympics. Like, nobody would have said that. So, that's what I try to be focused on, is the play of those guys going forward.
And you're there every day, Jer, but I was down there.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but...
Well, close to it. I was down there holding them accountable yesterday.
Nice.
It is amazing when you talk to Jimmy Snuggerud or Dalibor Dvorsky in person, just how freaking young they are.
Right.
I mean, they look like they just got their driver's permit. I mean, it's unbelievable. And that is kind of the challenge right now. I think you'd keep Thomas and try and get him going again with some of these younger players potentially on his side. With Kyra, I think there's just so much noise. If you can find a fit, I would point to the fact in the last 3 years he's got 100 goals. I mean, and just sell him on that.
Yeah, just back to the youngster stuff. It is crazy because, Tim, you know how you go in that locker room, 15, 20 years ago, and you walk in, big wall, what kind of junk you writing today? I felt like some of those guys, a little bit old enough to be my uncle or my dad. Now you walk in, it's like they're young enough to be your kids. So it certainly has changed. And Martin, I agree with you. And I tried to point that out in the story the other day, is that, Thomas, even though he hasn't played his best this season, I think that he hasn't had anybody to finish it. We just talked about the offensive numbers, and if you can get a Snuggerud in that direction where we think he can be in terms of being Jimmy Snipes, like you guys call him on the show, I think that you could have something with Robert Thomas still. So he just hasn't had anybody on that wing who you can count on. And I think that if you hang on to him, some of these young guys coming up could help him.
Jeremy Rutherford with us here on TMA taking two-part questions. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com. The injury situation, I know that's not something that fans want to hear when they're frustrated by the performance. I think two things can coexist, and that is the team has underachieved to the utmost levels, and then at the same time, what they're dealing with from a health perspective. I mean, you could have 5 of the top 6 forwards out tomorrow night against Florida. I mean, this thing it's off the rails.
It really is, and nobody's going to sit here and talk about excuses, stuff like that, but it's when you miss 1 or 2 of those guys, it's something. But when you're missing 5 of 6 top 6 guys, to even be in that game last night, down to 10 forwards and down 3-0, I think shows a little bit. And that's not me, waving any pom-poms. It's just a situation where they're decimated up front. And so I did ask Jim Montgomery last night, if you don't have Jordan Kyrou or Jake Neighbors back Thursday night against Florida, could you get any of the injured guys back, meaning Thomas, Suter, those guys? And he said, I do not think so.
Yeah.
So
said he's hoping for a pleasant surprise, but not expecting it.
Yep. So definitely could be shorthanded against the Panthers.
Do you ever have to write when you're not 100%? You're bloated or something and really don't want to be there, and you have to soldier through it?
Yeah, just about every time I write.
Is that right?
Yeah,
that's when you're bloated?
Yeah. And I've told you guys probably this before, but the one that sticks out the most, I'll never forget this, is when spring training camp's getting ready to start years and years ago, and I get a phone call that says they're going to suspend Keith Tkachuk. He's not going to be at camp tomorrow, because he's out of shape coming back from the lockout. And I literally had to sit there at my laptop and write a story, and I couldn't see over my belly to hit the keyboard to write this story about somebody else being out of shape.
Jesus, this guy's calling me out for a joke. That was when the lockout ended, and Big Wall was like, "Oh man, they really did end it. Time to get." Jesus, Chantel, put the Bud Selects away. I gotta get on the treadmill. That's about what happened.
JR, always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much. Continue to fight the good fight. What are you going to do when the boys have their break, eh?
Yeah, I got a few things I'm working on. Big thing is Jake Neighbors. If you guys got 2 seconds, I've been working on the story for about 3 weeks, and I got to say, it's the most fun, most interesting interviewing, that I've been a part of in a long time. I'm talking to Jake Neighbors' mom, dad, his coaches growing up. I'll give you one quick anecdote from doing these interviews so far. Jake Neighbors, 8 years old. He's on this hockey team. I talked to his coach of that team yesterday. He said, we got a new player. And I walked in the locker room and I said, hey, guys, we are the Mustangs. We got a new Mustang, and here he is. And he brought the new player in the room, and he said, Jake Neighbors got up out of his seat, walked over, stuck his hand out, shook his hand, said, welcome to the Mustangs. I'm Jake Neighbors. Anything you need, let me know. And the coach said, this kid is 8 years old.
Oh,
he
my
said,
God.
I looked right there and then and said, this kid is going places.
So TJ Oshie last night on the broadcast, the ESPN broadcast, was saying he's talked to guys on the team and said that guy's going to be a captain. And say he's like the next captain, because obviously there's likely going to be a conversation here in the next, 5 weeks between now and the deadline and Shen. But that is, and Oshie's locked in. That is the reverence that he has. And, man, that's what an incredible story that is. So when's that? Is that out, or is that coming
probably
up?
During the break, yeah. Put some time in and get some more time to put today and sit down with Jake again and talk to him about some of these things. But that story that I just said, that's one of about 6 or 7. We're talking grade A stories about Jake Neighbors that kind of fit what everybody thinks about him.
I went to The Athletic to see if I could see that, and I see all kinds of current Blues and former Blues on the latest trade board from The Athletic, and Robert Thomas now up to number 5 on the Athletics trade board. For the record, just to go through it here, friend of Jimmy Snuggerud's Logan Stanley's 15, but also on there, as you would imagine, you have Falk and Braden Shen. Kyrou at 21, Falk 23. Let's see, we got Binnington's at 31, Braden Shen at 35, former Blue Jaden Schwartz at 37, and former Blue Ryan O'Reilly now at 40th. So there you go.
Doug, you like rankings?
I do like rankings.
Loves power rankings.
I don't like bracketology, but I like rankings. I guess if you're really going to shake it up and change the culture, you might as well go with the big dogs and see if they really bring you something new that can change things up.
Yeah, you have to. And there's a couple guys that he just mentioned that, they got term left on their contract, but they're not going to be part of this thing, in the future. You're talking 2-3 years. So if there are teams interested, it makes sense to move them. So that's why they're up there.
Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Thank you, JR.
Thanks, Mark.
All right,
there
thank
he
you,
is. That's
JR.
Jeremy Rutherford. Josh Schertz is going to join us coming up later on here in the 9 o'clock hour, about 9:30. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Doug, we've got one for the ages coming up in the next segment. MLB Network hosts did their franchise favorite lineups yesterday, and we're going to give those to you, and that'll allow you to play a guessing game.
Oh, gosh.
So that's coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you are in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count, because after the Super Bowl, the season's over and football is officially done. Ladies and gentlemen, we make picks, you make money, as long as you take the opposite of what we said on college basketball last night. Doug, what do you have?
I got a pick for you.
What?
Colorado at Ottawa tonight in the NHL. The over-under 6.5.
You're going over.
Colorado, the best team in the league. Ottawa, not a good team, but they do score. Go over. Take the over on Colorado, Ottawa at 6.5.
There it is. Over from Doug on the Avs and the Sens, because you can do it all at FanDuel. After the Super Bowl, the football season's over. Football officially done. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 or older in present Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now throwable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Some nice college hoops on tonight. Auburn taking on Texas. Pregame at 5:30, tip-off at 6 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
A lot of Backstreet Boys today, huh?
This is in sync.
Same.
Because it's Joey Fatone's birthday today.
And this is how Papers gets there?
Jackson?
Not how I get there. I know Chairman Kurt's a big in sync guy.
Doug, you had O-Town, you had 98 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Backstreet Boys.
Yeah, you sure had those guys.
Fatone's 49th birthday.
Is that right?
49.
Wow. Well, we'll celebrate that with Josh Schertz, who will join us coming up on the Stiefel dossier here in about 15 minutes. Doug, did you get a chance to see the MLB Network? They did their franchise favorites. They're going around the league doing franchise favorites and then putting together a lineup of the best players from each organization. And yesterday was the Cardinals. Did you get a chance to see
I
this?
did not.
Okay. Matt Vasgersian put together his lineup of all-time Cardinals.
Okay.
Who do you think he had?
Either Molina or Simmons.
Nope.
No?
Brzezinski.
No.
The Cardinals' two best catchers aren't Molina or Simmons?
I'm holding up the list.
Okay, so we've already got an issue. We didn't even get beyond the backs. All right, Wilson Contreras.
Did they have Joe Torre?
Probably Gary
Played,
Bennett.
What, 1 year?
Nope.
Not Pozo.
LaRue.
One of the Cooper brothers? McCarver?
McCarver, you got it.
I mean, he was a hell of a player. Tim McCarver was an all-star at times.
Okay, so
I don't think he was either. He wasn't as good as Simmons or Molina.
First base.
Pujols.
Okay. See, this isn't.
Second base. The all-time second baseman, Rogers Hornsby.
No.
What the hell's he talking about this?
Vina.
Yes.
Rogers Hornsby did not make.
What? I was kidding.
Fernando Vina?
What? I mean, and I love him, and he was a great player, but he wasn't here.
Surprise guess.
Wasn't here very long. Wasn't here long enough. Tommy Herr, maybe?
No, Vina.
Cardinal.
Rogers
Martin
Hornsby
got it right away.
Oh, my God. All right, so the next one, I just have to make a joke guess, and I might get it.
There was a stat where Rogers Hornsby, over like a 2-year period, hit 500.
Compared to Fernando Vina's time here, you look like an ass.
Okay.
Shortstop.
Who knows?
Renteria.
Who knows? Dal Maxfield.
Not Earl Osborne.
Shishawali list.
It's obvious.
Ozzie.
Marty Marion.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what you're...
Yeah, seriously.
If Hornsby wasn't obvious, none of them are obvious.
If I said Ichiro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
He had Fernando. Let's back up. Fernando Vina.
Fair question.
Third base.
Ken Boyer. Scott
No.
Rowland.
No.
Nolan Arenado.
No.
Troy Gloss.
I mean, Pepper Martin, the wild hoss of the Osage.
No.
No. It wasn't Boyer or Rowland or Arenado?
No, sir.
Tyler Green?
Troy Gloss?
No.
I gotta need initials.
Mike Shannon.
MC.
MC.
Claves?
Mickey Cochran, he was a catcher for the Philadelphia A's.
As we've seen with the Cardinals, being a catcher doesn't
Matt
necessarily mean-
Carpenter.
Thank you, Martin.
Matt
seems like he's
Carpenter
dialed.
as the all-time Cardinal third baseman.
Over Roland?
Got guys in the Hall of Fame. MVPs. This is the worst list I've ever seen.
Outfield.
Brock and left.
Yes.
I wonder if Musial made the team anywhere. Probably not.
He didn't.
He didn't. What the hell are we doing here? Rest in peace, Dan.
Did he really not put
Musial and Hornsby couldn't crack the list, but Vina and Carpenter did? I won't hear of it anymore.
Michael Ciani.
Dan Musial cannot find a place on the team? Oh, it's a comedy's bit, right? This can't be real.
This is from the MLB Network. I'm looking at the list.
Did Edmonds get in there?
No.
Joe Medwick?
No.
Triple Crown winner? No, of course not. Why would he? Oh. Kirk Flood?
Yes.
Oh,
see?
Gosh.
Better than Edmonds?
No, he wasn't better than Edmonds. So we got Brock and Flood out there?
We got Brock and Flood, and then we need another outfielder in the DH, and then we have our team.
Gosh. Who knows? This is potluck. Gonna need initials.
MH.
MH.
Oh, Hellman.
Friend of the show. Lives in Oklahoma.
Matt Holiday.
Yes! Yes! And then the DH.
Usual?
No.
No, couldn't find a spot on the club. McGuire?
No.
Joe Torre?
No.
MVP? No. Batting champ? No.
I'll be a starter soon. Just gotta tell Mike. This is Richie Allen. He played here 1 year.
No.
Cepeda played here 3 years.
Cepeda, MVP.
No.
No, of course not.
Really?
Of course not. Joe Torre. I said Joe Torre. You said no before.
No.
Initials.
I mean, I feel like it's so obvious the initials are going to give it away. No, Contreras.
Let's hear it.
GH.
George Hendrick? George Hendrick? Silent
We
George?
can't even get him in the Cardinal Hall of Fame.
This is just not even close. Did he do this just to aggravate me?
Yes, clearly.
That's correct. George Hendrick is the designated hitter.
And Stan Musial didn't.
Based on what?
Okay. Do you think there's any chance it was just an oversight and he's like, oh, crap, I forgot Musial?
Oversight that's arguably the best player in franchise history.
Hornsby's
team with the second most World Series
in the history of the game.
Well, how else do you? I'm being
you're
serious.
not wrong.
How else do you explain it?
Fernando Vignett's second is unbelievable.
And I nailed it.
You did, Martin. That's a huge win.
I don't know how
Where's
I did
Kwame Nwoyuka's the fourth now? He's not going to turn your ass into grass after that.
There's so much wrong with it, but that really stands out.
now.
Doug, do you want to do? They got 4 starters and 2 relievers.
I'm sure Gibson isn't on there.
He isn't.
He isn't.
No, stop. Bob Gibson isn't on there.
Bob Gibson did not make the list?
No, sir.
Wainwright?
No.
Carpenter?
No.
What? Force?
No.
Kip Wells?
Nope. 2007.
Dizzy Dean?
Nope.
No, why would he?
These are like half the retired numbers aren't on this list.
Andar's in.
Oh, God bless it. How about Nellie Bryles?
Nope.
Tewksbury get in there?
Nope. All-star, though, 92.
John Tudor?
Nope.
Steve Carlton?
Nope.
Jeff Weaver?
Nope. Bud Weaves.
Supon?
Nope.
Gonna need
Great
initials.
surprise.
And there's 4?
There's 4. We got one of them. JM.
Jason Mott?
Nope.
Marquis?
Nope.
That'd be great.
Second letter, first name.
Oh.
John. Is it John?
No.
Third letter.
E.
Joe.
Joel Pinheiro.
And Ryan Franklin used to shoot arrows at him.
Really?
Clubhouse, yeah.
Who was the lefty they had there in the 80s?
Joe McGrain.
Joe McGrain?
Yes.
Joe McGrain?
Frank DiPino.
Joe McGrain is one of the best 4 starters they've ever had.
I'm just reading what's in the prompter. I don't.
It's like he never even heard of the franchise before. I need more initials now because it's potluck. It's wild guess.
So what do we have? Andahar and McGrain?
That's correct.
But no Bob Gibson, no Wainwright, no Carpenter, no Bob Forsch.
You could make a team of guys who didn't make this team and it's going to be better than the team that did.
They love the fans, not money.
Wow. He's got to be messing. And Vasgersian would be the kind of guy.
DC.
DC. Did you say DC?
That's right. That's right.
Second
Danny
letter.
Cox.
Yes.
Danny Cox.
Martin's dialed in.
Okay.
And then finally, Daryl Kyle. DK57. 2 relievers.
Bruce Sutter?
No.
No, of course not. He's only a Hall of Famer.
Engine 42.
Isringhausen.
Jason Isringhausen.
No.
Lee Smith.
No.
Howard Worrell.
Hal Woodishick.
No.
They've had some great relievers.
Yeah, they have.
Steve Klein?
No. Probably should have been on
That's
there.
another
Rosenthal.
right there.
No.
How about Smith?
Nope.
Smith.
Cardinal Hall of Famer.
Who's Smith?
Lee Smith?
Oh, Lee Smith. I think you said
that's chairman
Smith.
already. Cardinal Hall of Famer.
Why am I Trevor Rosenthal's not a Cardinal Hall of Famer? We said Isringhausen.
So you're saying on this list it's a Cardinal?
Yeah.
It is a Hall of Fame.
As a reliever.
Yes.
Why am I drawing a blank?
Al Roboski.
Yes.
Oh, McKernan.
Okay.
And then finally, and then this one I guess is obvious.
It won't be obvious. It won't be. Well, how about Lindy McDaniel? No, the guy doesn't know baseball if we go past the year 2000.
How can you say that when Joe McGrain's the top scorer?
When Gibson, Musial, and Hornsby didn't make the team, or
So
Dizzy Dean.
We guessed Bruce
Or
Sutter.
Yachty.
We guessed Lee Smith. We guessed Rosenthal. We guessed Mott. We guessed Isringhausen.
How about Todd Worrell?
I guess Worrell. Did we do Tom Hankey? He was here for a year or two.
Yeah, he was.
Pride of Jeff City, am I right?
I really have no
initials
idea.
again.
Zipchinski.
R.K.
R.K.
Randy Carey.
Ryan Kelly, the mortgage guy?
No.
I was going to guess John King, crown him.
Second letter, first name.
A.
Randy Ray King?
Randy Flores.
Ray King? Ray King.
Oh,
Ray
right.
King.
Oh, okay, that's it. Okay.
Ray King.
Now, okay, so here's the deal. You work at MLB Network. You have a job. You're a play-by-play guy. You're a TV host, but some executive producer who has a little power sends a blast email to the whole staff and
This
says,
is Martin's peek behind the curtain.
and says everyone must submit a list, and you're like, oh, for God's sakes. And so you're Matt Vasgersian. You're kind of cheeky. You're like, fine, I'll fill the damn thing. You really want me to? And you do stuff like this.
Wasn't Ankiel on with him while they did this? Dude, he should have slapped him.
I don't know. This is on my Instagram. That's all I know.
Did they name a manager?
I didn't see a manager, Chairman. Was there a manager?
Oh, I don't know. I just thought Mike Jorgensen might get the nod.
Yeah, he was in there in 95 after they fired Torrey. Am I right on that?
I think so.
Vern Rapp clearly is the choice for Matt Vasgersian.
Right. There it is. Matt Vasgersian's list, Doug, of
Gibson, Musial, Dean,
rotation.
Hornsby didn't make the cut.
Suter, Yachty.
Tim, do you like my theory?
I love your theory.
That Vasgersian got the inbox. Oh, for God's
Dialed
sake.
it in. That is dialed in.
And then he gets an email follow-up. Oh, you haven't submitted your list yet. Oh, Jesus.
You can email in. We got that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up here on the Stiefel dossier in the 9 o'clock hour. Josh Schertz is going to join us on the other side of our commercial break. And 100 West Dental is a longtime TMA sponsor, and Dr. Brandon Pryor has been saving the day for me over the last couple of months. Can't say enough good things about 100westdental.com, located on Manchester in Baldwin. When you look in the mirror and smile, do you like what you see? Or are you seeing some problems? And it's just not about vanity and looks. It's also about looking and feeling your best with a healthy smile. And Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental is my guy. They do more than your typical dentist. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuilds smiles and confidence. Got worn teeth, chipped edges, gaps. Dr. Pryor handles the heavy lifting, veneers, bonding, full mouth rehabs. And here's what they're offering for TMA listeners right now. They're offering complimentary consultations. If you're tired of a bad look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. That's right. You don't have to leave your house. Stop smiling with your mouth closed in photos. Go see Dr. Pryor. It's 100westdental.com and let them know you are a TMA listener. Josh Schertz joining us on the other side of the break. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
For over 135 years, Stiefel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stiefel do exactly? pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, yes. Banking through Stifel Bank, check. Own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, really, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. I'm fine, thanks.
It is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. And, well, the promotion team down at St. Louis University has earned their keep because it is official. What is being called by many TMA night at Schaefer's Arena Friday.
And by many, you mean us.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. By many in the studio has led to a sellout just tweeted out by our guest right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, head coach Josh Schertz. Doug, it's a sellout for Dayton on Friday night at Schaefer's Arena.
Nice.
How about that?
They should all be sold out.
Joining us right now to talk it over, the head coach of the Billikens and the fifth member of the dais, head coach Josh Schertz. Morning, Coach.
Morning, guys. Glad to be back on my regular time. I feel good now.
Yeah, Doug hasn't taken vacation, so we haven't had a chance to have you in, and kind of been missing you.
He needs to get out of this weather. Maybe head to somewhere warm for a month or two and relax.
Now slave to journalism.
Well, I was told, slew sources, that Doug actually texted Schertz the winning play.
No
the
way!
Wizard of Crestwood.
That is true. He said, listen, get Kellen and Robbie in some good spacing and get the heck out of the way. And I just said, all right. And they didn't use heck. I'll say that.
Doug, not you. No. Profanity to the head coach?
Doug used a lot of profanity in there. He just said, get those two in space and get the you-know-what out the way. And I listened. I said, you know what, let's go with that.
I get wound up. There's no doubt about that.
That's actually that's a famous story. Billy Cunningham was the Sixers coach, and one of the players years later told the story. He had called a late timeout, and he said, we're doing the give and go. And one of the players said, what is it, coach? He said, give it to Dr. J and get the hell out of the way. Greatest give and go.
Give and go, yeah, exactly. Give him. Yeah, there's sometimes in coaching, less can be more. Less can be more. You don't have to overdo it all the time. So, that was great advice from Doug. I appreciate it. And that was.
You're very welcome.
He was tuned in.
Yeah.
Coach, I want to go through some of the moments last night in the weeds, and I know you'll share and go into that detail. Let's start with that play call, because it was observed on the television broadcast by Troy Robertson and Tom Ackerman that you were making sure that you communicated with Robbie before he went back out there after the timeout. So what was the mindset? What was the logic? What was the play call? And obviously Robbie came through and Kellen got it to him.
Yeah, we called the timeout. We didn't have any kind of advantage. You're always seeing, we got the stop, we got the rebound. They missed a tip at the rim, which we were fortunate. And then, you're coming up the court and you're trying to see, do we need to call a timeout? And that's the first thing. And I thought we didn't have any natural advantage. So then you want to call a timeout, get it set. And we just went to something that we have done a lot. We call it flat spacing, and basically, put Rob at the nail and then put three guys along the baseline. And, we put the ball in Kellen's hands. And what we were discussing there was just, they were guarding Kellen with a big. Some of the game it was Castro, their center. Some of the game it was their four-man Johnson. But they were putting big guys on them and backing them up. And so we just wanted to get those two in that spacing, play two-man game. And then really just told Robbie, we thought if Castro was guarding him, Castro would sink to try to block the shot, which is his natural inclination. He's the best shot blocker in the league, he and Miles Rubin. So I told him, I said, hey, read it. If he sinks, pop. And Kellen told Kellen, to obviously just attack and get to the rim. And when we wanted to go, and we wanted to go with 7 seconds left and get the last shot and give ourselves a chance at offensive rebound if we missed. But Robbie's. I don't know that there's been a player I've coached that's made more big shots, in his career. I mean, he made a bunch last year to beat Davidson at the buzzer, close it against Duquesne here at home. Big shot after big shot after big shot throughout his career, all 4 years. And, there's just some guys that have that clutch gene, like Tom Brady with the ball with 2 minutes to go and having to go 80 yards. He's going to, lead the team down the field. You feel the same way with Robbie.
That's exactly what I texted to you. If he sinks, pop. And that's what you told him. If he sinks,
he added some explicatives to that too.
That was inappropriate.
Blankety blank sinks. Robbie better blankety blank pop. Kellen better blankety blank pass the ball. But you know what? I just told him that. I said, listen, that's what the Wizard of Crestwood told me, and everybody was like, you know what? If he says it. Because I couldn't get through to him, but once I told him it was you, they were fine.
Worked, dude, didn't it?
He held, actually, if you look at the tape, you see he held his phone up during the huddle. Coach, what do you think in the first half? What are you just saying, man, it's an off night? Are you thinking, all right, if we fix this, we'll be okay? When your team is trailing like that, it's so foreign for everybody watching this team. What did you see there, and how did you fix it?
They came out and really punched us in the mouth. Probably the first time all year that we got just – we had it's crazy stat because we played 20 games. I don't. It might be the craziest stat is we had never trailed by double digits in any game all year. I mean, that's an incredible thing.
Wow.
And we led by double digits in every game this year. So 20 games, we'd always led every game by double digits, and we had never, ever been down 10 points in a game. So, that's just remarkable. I thought GW, first off, going into the game, I told our guys, I thought they are as good as any team in the league. Like, when I look at our league, I don't count us because I'm biased. But the other 13 teams, I think they're as good or better than anybody. I really do. Their talent level, they've lost a lot of close games. They haven't had the best luck, last night being one. But, really, coulda, shoulda won at Dayton, coulda, shoulda won at George Mason, coulda, shoulda won it here. They've played a really tough schedule if you look at it and say they've had to go to Mason, had to go to Dayton, had to go to St. Louis, and really had a great chance to win all 3 games. That's how good they are. And they just came out, I thought, really took the fight to us. We were on our heels early. I thought their length bothered us. I thought they were into the ball. They flattened us out. We couldn't get penetration. They bullied us on the glass. They got downhill. We were a little slow in rotations. The thing that we did, and these guys have shown this, was we have a resilience to keep competing inside the game. And it's a long game, and, it's easy to overreact. I can't imagine what the social media world was like. We were down 15, but I'm sure it wasn't, the best. But if you're playing it, games have 150, 160 possessions. It's a long game. You just got to kind of keep chipping at it. And you never know, when you do that, if you could kind of get it to turn. And, we talked about at halftime, I thought Quentin Jones 3, from half court that banks in, that gave us a little bit of momentum because you go in down 10. As badly as we were outplayed, it was a 10-point game. Then second half, we come out first possession. We talked. We made, I thought going in the game, I'll put some of that on me. Like, we had a game plan going in, and obviously it just wasn't very good. What we did, I think I put our guys, defensively, what I thought we could do wasn't really, probably the best way to attack it. We made adjustments late, and I think we made some adjustments that really helped us down the stretch of the game. But obviously, I should have, made those adjustments earlier or, just gone with that as the beginning. So my plan probably wasn't great. But at halftime, I thought our physicality ramped up in the second half. Amari comes out first play, steals the ball from Castro. I thought we played with more force. We got it to, it felt like in the second half, we couldn't get it below 6, and we were staying in contact. Trey Green's shot making was remarkable. He just kind of kept us in contact. We were down 6, down 8, never could get it below that. And then all of a sudden we had a spurt, went on a 15-0 run, and we took a 7-point lead with 5.5 to go. And I thought we actually grabbed control of the game, and then we didn't. And and then down the stretch, just monster. Bobby makes 2 monster threes. One to put us up 2, and then one to end the game. So there was, it wasn't any. There were some tactical adjustments, but they were later than what they should be. Like I said, I should have made those earlier. Didn't have a great game plan for what we needed to do. Maybe it was too slow to adjust. But our guys, they fought, they competed, and we all got to be better. They got to play better. I got to coach better. But end of the day, I'm really proud of their fight, their competitive spirit, and then again, the ability to kind of make plays when it matters most.
Coaches, go ahead, Tim.
I'm sorry. Billiken head coach Josh Schertz with us here on TMA, joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Kwame Voyukas IV is a texter and now caller into the program. We sometimes take 2-part questions, Doug. Sometimes they're very vivid. This one is not as much. 2 things, Coach. Number 1, I love you. And then number 2, will Brady and Jaden be available on Friday? Yeah, without them available last night, Kwame Voyukas IV is looking for some insight from the head coach.
Yeah, there you go. That's big time with a name like that. So I hope they're available. Both guys were sick, and so we'll see how they feel. We had a little bit of illness going through the team in New York. It's just this time of year, guys get sick. They're around each other a bunch. The weather, the travel, all those things. I think, and so it really was that. Brady didn't feel well playing against St. Bonaventure. Played. He felt well enough to play. Didn't play great. Came back. Felt really good. Practice. Had a really good practice, and then woke up yesterday. Felt terrible. Tried to sleep it off. We didn't know if he'd be able to go, and then just wasn't able to go. Jaden, same thing. Hope is to have Brady and Jaden 100% Friday. We'll know more today and tomorrow as they recover. But there's nothing other than them just being sick. There's nothing, outside of that. They're just both sick and recovering. And we honestly, like Brady, wanted to go last night. My thing was, we want to try to get him 100% for Friday. We didn't want him at, 40% last night and, 70% or 65% on Friday.
Yeah, coaches love a little adversity to use as a coaching technique, especially when you're winning. Take us back to last week, down the stretch against Duquesne, as bad as this team has played, just literally giving the ball away. And I know you're an affable, fun guy, but tell us about, I think it was 3 nights in Pittsburgh. What were the practices like? What was the messaging like? How mad were you with your team or frustrated?
As frustrated as one can be. You want to close games appropriately. The Duquesne game, I thought, had some similarities to last night. Big, physical, athletic team. I thought we didn't, meet the challenge. I thought they really controlled the game, and we came out and found a way to lead at halftime by 2, and then second half we come out and I thought we were terrific to start the second half, go up 17. Second group comes in, which has been a really good group for us all year, and they cut it to 6. We go back sub, put it back to 14, leads 12 with 4 minutes to go, and it was just a comedy of errors down the stretch. And we were very lucky to win that game. I mean, Duquesne missed a couple layups, a wide open 3. We couldn't have made more mistakes offensively, defensively, threw the ball to them, missed free throws. The free throws you can live with because no one's trying to miss them, but it's the mental errors and the execution errors that were just really disappointing. And we played Tuesday night. We don't usually practice the day after a game, so Wednesday we were in Pittsburgh. We stayed there. It was a choice of either staying in Pittsburgh or going to Olean. So we decided to stay in Pittsburgh for an extra day. And, we had a really, Wednesday we didn't even worry about St. Bonaventure that much. We really dove into film and looked at, what happened, why it happened, why couldn't we fix it in real time? Why do we get so far away of our identity? It's in sports, when you don't stay in any kind of particular state, you know what I mean? Like it's not you don't arrive at a state and say, okay, we're a great offensive team, a great defensive team, we're this great team. Like, it vacillates, possessions inside of games, game to game. Sometimes you're in stretches in a season where, wins at your back. Sometimes you're in stretches in a season where wins at your face. And that happens for every team. Even when you're 20-1, it still has been that way. We've had times we played really well, times we haven't played quite as well. But long story short, we had a long film session, and then we let the floor open for the guys to talk. And I thought it was a really good. That was probably the best part of the day, was them just honestly, the ownership, the accountability, the ability to step back, look at it and say, yeah, we got the outcome we wanted. We won the game, but that's not who we want to be. That's not how we want to play. That wasn't our identity. That's not the formula for us to do what we want to do. And I thought there was a lot of open, honest dialogue in there. And then we went and walked through at University of Pittsburgh of the St. Bonaventure game plan. And then Thursday, had a great practice at St. Bonaventure, and I thought guys were really dialed in. Our preparation was great, and then we put it to the court. We couldn't have played much better than we did against St. Bonaventure, and that was, and of course you want to be at that as often as possible for as many of the 40 minutes as possible for as many of the 35 to 40 games as possible, and that's what we're striving towards: is how do we find our best level, and then how do we get there as consistently as possible, knowing it's not a static thing.
Love that sport coat, the blue sport coat last night. We got coaches, sneakers and suits week. That was a sharp look, Coach. Are you superstitious? Or are you going to stick with that?
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I was trying to get it off at halftime because we were getting our butts kicked. So I was trying to get back to my to the other. But no, it was the coaches versus cancer is always a cool thing, to be a part of, and I'm like everybody else, I lost my mom to cancer. So many of us have lost, family members, loved ones to cancer. So, to be a part of that and to do something to bring, recognition to it and to awareness to it, is a big thing. And so, but no, I'll try to maybe bring out 1 or 2 more sport coats this year. We'll see what I can do. My body's not really designed for the sport coat world, I'm more of a loose-fitting sweater kind of guy. I may look like a male model, like off the rack kind of guy, but and that may be what people perceive. That's the way I perceive it. But the reality is, it's not as easy as I make it look. I'll say that.
Well, that probably answers my next question. I had proposed earlier. I have a lot of ideas, Coach, and my wife told me it doesn't mean they're good ideas, but I have a lot of ideas. And I said it's the Blizzard game, all the white. I said maybe Coach could wear a full white suit, kind of like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever, and it was was suggested that people have our similar builds maybe shouldn't do that. Any thought of a full white suit on Friday?
I think I would look like the abominable snowman. So that would be, I don't know if that would be I don't know if that would distract our people or bring, I don't know what would happen if I brought that out. They, that would be, that Patino does it. He can pull it off, but John Travolta could pull it off. I'm not sure. That I could, I can maybe give it a whirl, see what.
Well, if you don't, I will. How about that?
There we go. We got a deal.
I like that. If you do it, I might. If someone wants to buy me a white suit between now and Friday, we'll see what happens.
How fired up are you for the fact that it's a sellout and a lot of talk about Friday night and coming down to Schertz Arena?
Yeah, how cool is that? I thought, and I said in the post-game presser, but our fans were amazing last night. Like that was, I only have, a year, not even 2 full years experience. It's not like I have a great gauge of, Schertz history, but in my time at Schertz, that was the loudest I've ever heard it, in the second half. Like it was amazing. Fans, last night put the wind at our back, and they did it. We were down. It wasn't like, we waited until we took the lead. Like they were able to get us there, put the wind at our back, and really, helped us get. I really don't think we win the game last night without the energy that our fans brought. So I can't wait for Friday. I know, we're going to be playing a Dayton team that's lost a couple. They're going to be desperate. It's a big game for them. They can certainly put themselves right back in the mix with a win here. We're going to do everything we can to prepare well the next 2 days, and then we got to put on the court Friday. But we know the rivalry. We understand, the magnitude of the game, and I know our guys are chomping the bit. I think it's about having some great preparation Wednesday, Thursday, and then you got to put on the court Friday. And I know, like I said, we're going to get their best punch for sure. And the only thing we can do is deliver ours, and we got to deliver our best punch. Didn't do it last night. Like I said, we didn't play great, but we competed great, and we fought great, and we hung in great. And, there's value in that in the season. You're not going to be at your, like I said, you're not going to be at your best every night. But like Duquesne, like this game, against GW, can you find a way to win when you don't have your fastball and you're playing a really good team? And Duquesne's a really good team. GW is a great team. We were able to find a way to win without our fastball last night, but love to have our fastball on Friday here in front of our home fans.
Yeah, it's going to be one hell of a scene on Friday night at St. Louis University. Schertz Arena, Billikens in Dayton, the Blizzard game, and it is now a sellout as people around town and certainly around the country are paying attention to what is going on in Midtown. Josh Schertz with us here on TMA. Doug will take vacation. Coach Schertz will come in and host, and that's something to look forward to as well.
I'll leave a little Post-it note that says, if he sinks, pop. Wow. Just to keep that in his mind, to know that might work again.
You know what? I'll keep that, the 3 flat spacing you come up with, and then sink pop. I really like where your head's at with these things.
Just trying to help.
That's why you're, that's it. You could do that. You could send those notes from vacation, though, to give me a chance to set my game up, get in the studio a little more, work on my craft as well. You can, you obviously can do both. I've got to develop the coaching craft, but certainly I want to get in and get my radio craft on.
Yeah, it's so important to really learn this craft.
Just have a backup plan.
Absolutely, because you never know.
As long as you have to maybe wear a sport coat, we talked about that, so I don't have to wear a sport coat.
No. Martin's going to wear it now.
No, it's been said on this forum here, because they can zoom in on these cameras, that I appear to be dressed as if I were homeless or that I think Joe Buck once said Martin looks like a victim of a flood.
Well, if you could always just superimpose a picture of Brian Kunderman.
The dish. That's what you need to do. That's what you need people watching.
DK, put him in there, and who knows what happens on those text messages you guys get.
They do those the free. I don't know if they do it as much papers. When the opposing team shoots the free throws and they have those giant cardboard cutout heads. Oh yeah. I think Billiken fans need to do some of the dish.
Yeah, they do.
Oh man, they would be. Yeah, that would be. Do
distracting.
that, and God knows, distracting everybody. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to. You got those people in the swim teams now going the Speedos, but I think BK is more distracting than that. That's a good idea.
Nice idea.
His hair's done though. Make sure his hair's shelled.
Coach, always enjoy the conversation. Congratulations on a hell of a comeback last night, and super fired up for the festivities on Friday. Thanks for your time as always.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Look forward to seeing everybody Friday night.
There he is. That's Coach Josh Schertz with us here on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Next, this is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios.
With the cold snap, and it's not going away anytime soon, start thinking about a trip to Florida. Start thinking about warmer climates like Fort Lauderdale, or go down to Orlando. Maybe go out to Vegas, Destin. They've added Gulf Shores as well. We're talking about our friends at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. FlyMidAmerica.com. That is the website where you can book your flight. Allegiant Flights, talking about convenience. Pricing's great. And when you fly out of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport, it's real simple. You park right in front, walk into the terminal. They say you're at your gate. It's like less than a half hour. I think it's like 20 minutes. You park, go in, through security, at the gate. Convenience, not a word you hear often these days. We're talking about air travel. You get that at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. They just keep expanding, keep adding flights. But right now, get online. Book the trip to Gulf Shores or Destin or Lauderdale or Sanford, Orlando, Las Vegas. All of that right now at Mid-America Airport. Great deals all the time, and especially this time of year, starting to think about spring break. Plan the trip now. Get online and book it at FlyMidAmerica.com.
10 o'clock hour here on TMA, brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling, and we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Full transparency here. I've been mismanaging the clock today, and that's Jackson's fault. I hope that doesn't come off.
That's how you do it. Not yours. Not your
That's leadership, but that's just kind of leadership there. So, Jackson, would you like to apologize for me mismanaging the clock?
It's on me, you know?
Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it.
He just took the bullet.
That's how you do it.
You can look at some people or you can look in the mirror.
Was that another Maya culpa?
Yeah, it's 2 today. Count them 2.
Two Maya culpas. So therefore, we're going to have a quick segment here, and then we will come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. So you can send emails to me at tmckernan at InsideSTL.com to file your grievances. I do want to let people know about James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who provides great customer service and now has Jackson Burkett on his client roster. Jackson just made the switch last week. Jamie Rivers made the switch in October. BK made the switch in November. I made the switch in 2019. You can make the switch and save a lot of money on your automotive insurance. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Do you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy? This is a spot where James Carlton has really saved a lot of TMA listeners money over the years. And if you are looking at auto insurance, make sure you call James Carlton, because that's where you can really save you money right now. James has been doing it for 18 years, and he said he's never seen decreases like this in his career. 314-961-4800 or online at carltoninsurance.net. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next here on TMA.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pistons defeat the Nuggets last night, 109-107. Motorcade Cunningham with 22 points and 11 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Man, this Jackson. Doug, you like this one?
Well, it's easy to dance to.
A lot of baby.
TMA 101 ESPN, and we've had quite a little presentation this morning here. And we thank Josh Schertz for joining us, and of course, JR, brought to you by McKernan, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, in studio with us, the Stiefel Studios. And because of all that we've had going on, it is time now, about 26 minutes late, for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Doug, let's take a look at these standings here. Allen, Dadeville, and Buck Swope have 3 wins apiece. There are only 3 emails of the day left in the month of January. Or will there be a one-game sudden death playoff on Monday where somebody wins that $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling? Unbelievable what's going on in this competition. Allen, Dadeville, or Buck Swope can get that much closer to a $10,000 HVAC system, or somebody like Carlos Spicy Wiener can get right back in this competition. This is going to be fun.
It is good times.
You always email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Here we go. Hi, guys. As we hit the end of the month, I have a recommendation for the Email of the Day contest that might seem radical, but hear me out. Let's determine the winner by drawing a name out of a hat. Transitioning to a random draw offers 2 major benefits. Total neutrality. It immediately kills any accusations of bias or favoritism if the hat decides the critics have nowhere to aim their complaints. And the swope factor. This is the real selling point. The entertainment value of watching Buck Swope absolutely lose his mind over losing to a literal hat would be worth its weight in gold. If you thought his trivia night meltdown was intense, this would be legendary. I fully expect him to threaten to burn Hubbard to the ground, and honestly, that's a glorious opportunity that we shouldn't pass up. Let's put the names in a hat and let the chaos ensue. Respectfully, that's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Misconnections, TMA Live, December 2019. We didn't know it at the time, but we were 3 months away from the furlough era. Is that what it's called? There was a Paleozoic era?
Yeah, Jurassic period.
First we'll give you a real big raise, and then next day we put you on furlough. It's a great model.
Me, recently married and relocated to the suburbs father-to-be. You, what can only be described as a bizarro world plowsy. You were gone as fast as you arrived, but I was #curious. I oftentimes wonder how it all went down from your perspective. What truly went through your head when your friend called you and asked you to come across the state to a hyper-localized, overpass-adjacent AM morning drive show's live event, all because she arranged Christmas lights on her house in a phallic shape. With money, a handful of half-used gift cards, and a free putting green access, all offered in exchange for her appearance to even out the female-to-walleye ratio to 60-1. A friend who claimed to run an effing forklift for a living, which no one questioned outside of asking how steel-toed boots made her feel about her feet, and just went along with the charade because an actual girl was willing to look in their general direction. Anyways, I've got some follow-ups. I'm currently in Kansas City, so meet me tonight at Power and Light. I'll be re-listening to the segment where Iggy first brought up Grossmutter, prompting Doug to ask him, what did she say when you shot her in the neck? To which Iggy replied, I don't know. Sprechen Deutsch?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Thank you. Which means he shot her in the neck with a BB gun, and her first reaction was to ask her who else speaks German. Wonderful. That's from Allen Dadeville, Fight Pug, Beat Val.
Al in Dadeville.
TMA Landman Edition, Tommy Norris. Clearly this is Tim, the leader. Has all the bravado and all the answers. Just like Tommy stands up to anyone that gets in the way of oil production, Tim stands up to anyone that gets in the way of TMA. Cooper Norris. This is Jackson, the plucky young one with a dream. Cooper yearns to own an oil company. Jackson yearns for a WNBA team in St. Louis.
It's true, which is the same thing.
Ainsley Norris. This is Doug, the hot one, who has a great heart but is always showing off off that tight, rewarding body and trying to bang quarterbacks with D1 offers.
Yeah. Quarterbacks?
Quarterbacks. But if you want to bang cornerbacks.
Well, a little quicker. Just want to be sure.
Martin, this is Rebecca Falcone. She's new to the oil industry. Martin is, quote, new here. She's a hotshot young lawyer with quite a mouth on her. Martin is a hotshot sports director that hurls barbs at Monsignors and other clergy members in the area. Chairman Kurt, he's Dale, willing to do anything for Tommy to keep the oil flowing, just like Kurt will do anything for Tim to keep blessing our ears with TMA. Love you, boys. That's from the Lee Street Deli alum.
Lee Street Deli alum.
Home of the Juicy Burger?
Yeah, and magic sauce.
Oh, you like magic sauce?
Oh, I don't know. What's in it?
Ingredients.
Oh, gosh.
The Birth of a Movement, part 1 of 3. I call it a movement more than a radio show because it has activated generations of white male St. Louisans. Really, you think that's our audience?
Probably.
Refreshing to see rich white men
lay their anger and curiosity at the feet of TMA. Let's start from the beginning. An undersized, hypersexual, soon-to-be bald man-child, a smartass with his heart set on being the most recognized sportscaster in St. Louis, and a yeshiva graduate talking through what sounds like half a can of Skol launch a morning show that will capture a market. They were missing one thing, a producer. So they scoured the landscaping crews all around Atlanta until they found the most qualified lawn mowing operator to produce the show. The cast of characters who participated in the audience were lacking holes along with employment. They were odd, but not as odd as a guy who buys lap dances for you to stare into your eyes while you receive them. Well, we didn't have enough T-shirts, and TKO decided he was too big for the show, so it was over. Kind of. Stay tuned for part 2 tomorrow. TMA Nomads. That's from Harold, Doug, and that's with 2 R's.
Harold, Doug, and that's with 2 R's.
Kind of the morning grind synopsis there, Martin?
Sort of a recap, and then we'll get part 2 tomorrow.
It'll be fun. Okay. 4th year in a row, I'm picked to play Chunk in our town's Goonies play. It's to the point where I'm crying inside, and nobody knows it but me. That's from Midge.
Strong. Midge. Just a brief nice little email.
Boys couldn't sleep and fell down the Reddit rabbit hole. Wild place. Zero kink shaming. STL freaky girls, I see you. Then there's the TMA Reddit. Aching for the good old days. Random hot shots lives, producer smoke breaks, Jay, miss him in the feed era, stepdads openly desired, baby changing stations ranked by load capacity, an email of the day prizes that were random shirts stuffed inside of a Schnucks bag. Those were really the days. But shows change, characters evolve, others fade out. And that's how this works. Be mad about it. Love the fire. And then just keep posting because the rest of us appreciate the elite late night content when we can't sleep. Either way, thanks for the entertainment. Doug, that's from a girl, and her name is Sharon D.
Sharon D. That's a guy. Granite City.
If there's an award for stating the obvious, I'd win because I think Tim is amazing. Please don't filter me, Chairman. Don't you do it. I got nowhere wise to go. Looks like we're playing for keeps now, so bribery time. Last time I looked, not a whole lot of emailers with a boat and underwater scooters. Hear me out. Jackson marries a millionaire Perryville farmer's daughter. Chairman Kurt swaps spit with a multitude of high-heeled, bikini-clad women. And the cherry on top for Doug, I'll be driving topless. The proof is in the pudding, and hopefully I'm putting my moons in his jaw trap.
Oh!
That's from Bud. And then his last name, I've never seen this last name before. Z-E-C-K-S?
E-C-K-S. Bud Zex?
Cut that off.
Well, he's new.
Sent in a picture, too. I don't know if that'll help.
I don't need to see it.
After hearing how free climber Alex Honnold was banty about only making mid-6 figures for scaling Taipei 101, I had an idea that hit me like a bolt of lightning. Let's put that Kroenke money to use, not providing free daycare for all the aldermen's children. But to bring Alex to St. Louis for not 1, not 2, but 3 climbs over the 4th of July weekend. Despite rumors you may have seen on the internet, the arch was never in play, and not just because of that skydiver tragedy back in 1980. Fortunately or unfortunately, the soon-to-be demolished Millennium Hotel is good to go. Just think of the pageantry, seeing all the vagrants living inside the long-shuttered hotel, cheering Alex on when he passes them up the window, while Chairman Steve berates Alex with his megaphone. You want to talk Tower T? Alex's second Mound City challenge will be to scale the 1,149-foot media tower adjacent to Tower T. If Alex can successfully navigate around the feral Afton Hoosiers, Doug, they're feral?
There's probably one or two.
Who fart around on the tower after stumbling over from those no-tell motels in Marlboro. Our grand finale comes south of the Merrimack as Alex will attempt to scale the Arnold Water Tower thanks to funding from a group calling themselves Make the Water Tower Green Again. Tentative plans are to stream it all live on Pocket Tube with Ken Strode and Larry Nickel on the call. Now, how that will happen, we haven't quite worked out, but I do believe in it. Doug, that's Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast.
Okay, Buck Swope.
And finally, I guess my favorite segment this week was where we discovered live on the air that Lake Placid, New York was located in the United States, even back in 1980. You guys bring that kind of knowledge and cutting analysis to these airwaves every day. And I say that with the same level of confidence as Iggy when he proudly proclaimed his unique ability to dominate cakewalks, which are essentially random number generators with a sweet diabetes reward. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Logistics. How exactly does a man approach another man to ask him to deliver a swirly? And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We will vote. We will place our votes in a secret ballot, and we will announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Doug, you could tell us, though, about the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
I could. These are people that you're going to want to know if you're going to want to spruce your house up. And sooner or later, your house starts to look dated. Maybe you don't want to move. You love the neighborhood, the school district. The neighbors are all great, but the house is tired and looking old. Well, Callier and Thompson can step in and change all that for you. They've been doing it in St. Louis since the 1950s. They do it better than anybody. They've got people that have been with them for many, many years. A lot of people are having their kitchens redone. You don't have to redo the entire kitchen if you don't want to. You could just do a piece of it. You know, they sell high-end appliances. They've got a paint department there. If you just want to do half the kitchen now or a portion of the kitchen and do some of it later, they do that kind of thing all the time. So don't feel like you have to take on a major project for Callier and Thompson to be your go-to people. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up the work. That's where Callier and Thompson shines. They stand behind every job that they do. During the process, always going to be available for you. If something doesn't go quite right, you need them to come back later. They're happy to do that. They just want to make sure that you are extra happy with the work that they do, and I'm sure that you will. Go out to their showroom on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Walk around, see the many kitchen displays, the bathroom displays they have there. Get some ideas. You're going to love what they do at Callier and Thompson. Everybody does. Callier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt slides into the dais, and Martin goes to onboarding in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling 10 o'clock hour here. As we broadcast from the Stiefel Studios, it is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines the owner of Varsity Communications, which presents the St. Louis Golf Expo this weekend. Dick Stevens with us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Dick. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. I appreciate it. We're so excited to be back in St. Louis again.
Yeah, it is coming up this weekend, January 30th through February 1st at the St. Charles Convention Center. All kinds of great things for St. Louis area golfers to get ready for the warm weather, which isn't that far off as we sit here in late January, just a couple months away from springtime. What can people expect at the St. Louis Golf Expo this weekend?
Well, it's everything golf. You know, it's a consumer expo. So what we've done here for the last this will be our 11th year with the being in St. Louis with the Golf Expo. It's really everything golf. And one of the things that really will spark people's attention is just last week was the PGA show in Orlando. So all the brand new equipment, you know, from TaylorMade, Callaway, Ping, Cleveland, all the big names is just unveiled last week. So right here on Friday and Saturday and Sunday is the brand new unveiling of all this new equipment for the public, and they get to do it in the Pro-Am Golf USA's fitting zone. We have a 100-foot indoor driving range with all the big companies side by side by side. That's always one of the big hallmarks of the show, and then it's just a super interactive experience. We've got the Dave Sinclair Putting Championship that takes place all 3 days. We've got chipping, we've got simulators, and 100 exhibitors from golf courses, resorts, equipment, over 10,000 square feet of golf shops in here with product priced to move. It's a total blast.
Yeah, it's an incredible opportunity if you love the game of golf to check out all of the different things going on at the St. Charles Convention Center this weekend. It's January 30th through February 1st, and you also can get lessons from Elevate golf instructors. And Doug, I know people wonder why I'm one of the greatest ball strikers to ever play.
Well, I don't know.
And you can attribute that to the guys and ladies out at Elevate in Lake St. Louis, and they will be at the St. Charles Convention Center this weekend. St. Louis Golf Expo, January 30th through February 1st. You can learn more and get special tickets, which are available at STLGolfExpo.com. A wonderful opportunity this weekend to take it all in, as the golf season is not far off. Those are wonderful words to say. Check it all out at the St. Charles Convention Center this weekend, January 30th through February 1st. Special tickets are available at STLGolfExpo.com. Dick, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for bringing the Golf Expo to St. Louis once again.
Well, 101 ESPN's been with us forever. You guys are great partners, and check out the website for all the front door bonuses. We have about 15 things people will get when they walk in, so take advantage of it. We hope to see both of you guys out at the show. We'll get you in the simulator.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, ball striking clinic. Dick, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Take care, guys.
That's Dick Stevens with the St. Louis Golf Expo, and you get your tickets and all kinds of offers at STLGolfExpo.com. Yeah, I think I am going to go out there this weekend.
I could use a new driver.
Is that right?
Yeah. How quickly do you suppose that technology changes with clubs like that? If your club is 4 or 5 years old, is it obsolete at this point?
That's a great question. I know you've been monitoring my TrackMan stats.
I haven't.
And the negative attack angle that I've been working on in the off season has led to a point where my team of instructors is actually what I call it. My team says you got to get new clubs because that attack angle now is just so different than when you were out there playing in October.
Sorry, I asked.
So the answer is check out your negative attack angle and see if it's different since October when you go in the sim.
I don't even know if I have a negative attack angle. I just want to know if I can't hit my driver straight. I'm thinking I need a new driver. Can't be me.
Of course.
I hit the 3-wood straight driver.
Well, then just tee off with a 3-wood.
That's what I'm doing now, but I don't want to. I want another 20, 30 yards.
Fernando Vina, second baseman. Seeing if I can get you to implode.
That blood boiling again.
Now, for a while, I could hit the driver and couldn't hit the 3-wood. Now I can hit the 3-wood, can't hit the driver. I don't know. I just don't.
Well, you go to the STL Golf Expo, you see my guys from Elevate, and they're going to fix you up real nice like.
I bet they got hundreds out there.
Got me right.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah, Papers was out there one after. It was 2 swings.
Really?
Zach Conlon goes, okay, here's what's going on. I'm going, see, I told you. I said, I don't know what he's going to do. I just know he's going to do something. STLGolfExpo.com. Take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. You know the saying, new year, new you. Well, how about new year, new home upgrade? If you've been thinking about replacing your windows or you've just had enough of those cold drafts sneaking into your house every winter, now is the perfect time to finally take care of it. Universal Windows Direct has a January offer that's all about starting strong and saving big. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. It's one of the biggest offers they've ever done. And with 0% interest financing for 60 months. But wait, it gets even better. You'll get $1,000 off your entire project, plus a little something to look forward to, a vacation voucher through Destination Motivation with every purchase. That's right. You'll go from winter chills to a warm getaway on them. So if you are ready to start the new year by finally checking this off your list, call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate. Buy 4, get 4 free, 60 months interest free, $1,000 off, and a warm vacation to look forward to. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Think about it, Doug.
I'm thinking.
It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Okay.
We're going to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up at about 10:55. If you missed anything, podcasts like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, SCHAEFER, Schaefer Door podcast. We were joined earlier in the program by Jeremy Rutherford, taking your two-part questions, and then joined by Billiken head coach Josh Schertz. Also, over the course of the program, Doug, we've got a new head coach in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns have announced a head coach in Jackson. Who is it? You kind of thought this was the guy that was going to get it?
The Browns' new coach?
Yeah.
This news to me.
Todd Monken.
Todd Monken? Formerly of Missouri?
I was watching. What's that?
Didn't Todd Monken coach for Missouri?
I don't believe so.
Was there Abe Monken? Am I missing a Monken?
I
believe his brother Bill, and then also another different one, Jeff.
Right.
Was one of the 3 finalists for the Missouri head coaching job.
Got it, okay.
Before the Board of Curators said, okay, that's enough. We're taking control of this.
Got it, okay.
Because I believe the finalists were, was it Blake Anderson, Skip Holtz, and Jeff Monken?
And they said, okay, no dice.
That'll do it. We will go and find the head coach. And then they hired Eli Drinkwitz. So this is his brother. And I was watching the performance art that is get up on ESPN over here in the studio. And when they made the announcement, Stephen A. Smith and Jackson, I think it might have been the Big Swagoo. Doug, you like the Big Swagoo?
I like the name, sure.
They fell out of their chairs laughing.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, Marcus Spears, Swagoo. Yeah.
They fell out of their chair. Stephen A. Smith couldn't stop laughing. Todd Monken gets the gig.
Well, why is he such a laughing stock of a hire?
He was OC with the Ravens most recently. Before that, he was the OC for Georgia, at least one of their national champion runs. And before that, Cleveland Browns OC in 2019. You remember the 2019
remember the
Cleveland Browns
Gosh,
offense? Who was quarterbacking them? You could really throw a dart at the wall and figure it out.
Kozar was gone by then, right?
Yeah, Couch too.
Yeah.
Offensive coordinator with the Ravens under who?
Brian Billick. He had Trent Dilfer.
It was Dilfer.
Do you think there's a lot of college coaches that would have wanted that job? Successful college coaches? Maybe not. Maybe college is a better job these days.
Well, I thought it was interesting that when LSU was looking for a coach, a lot of people were talking about Joe Brady, and it ended up kind of seeming like he may not want to go to college, but now he takes the head job of the Bills. Probably the right move if you're an OC.
Hell yeah.
Or DC to wait for an opening.
Coach Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Brand new building in Buffalo?
Yeah, probably worked out for the best. Maybe for both. I don't know.
They got the train? And
they got the train, and then Joe Brady gets the head job at
Doug,
Buffalo.
you've always been a huge Bill Belichick fan. Were you furious to see that he is not a first-ballot pro football?
I got kind of a chuckle out of it.
It's going to be the media's revenge.
It must be. It must be a combination of him being just a jerk to everybody over 20 years and Deflategate and Spygate. But since this is mostly voted on by writers, I bet it was just mostly that he was a jerk.
Yeah.
And is that right?
No, it's not right.
Okay.
No.
But it's a little funny.
He's probably the greatest coach in NFL history.
Yeah.
6 Super Bowl wins as a head coach, 2 more as a coordinator. He's behind only Don Shula for career wins. I believe he's got the record for playoff wins, Super Bowl wins. If you're going to put any coach in there, he'd be there, wouldn't he? He'd be the guy.
Yeah.
But I guess this is his one-year penance.
Yeah, right.
They'll come around next year and they'll say, see, you were a jerk. That's the price you paid.
Now, this is all still sources. ESPN, Doug Don Van Natta Jr. and Seth Weckersham with the story. Bill Belichick, the eight-time Super Bowl winning head coach, is not a first-ballot Hall of Famer. In voting earlier this month, Belichick fell short of the 40 out of 50 votes needed for induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame during his first year of eligibility. 4 sources with firsthand knowledge of the outcome told ESPN Belichick received a call from Hall representative Friday afternoon with the news that he will not be inducted into Canton, Ohio this summer.
That's tough.
Several sources who spoke with the coach over the weekend described Belichick as, quote, puzzled and, quote, disappointed by his inability to secure support from at least 80% of committee members. 6 Super Bowls isn't enough, Belichick asked an associate, referring to the championships he won as head coach of the Patriots. He won 2 more as defensive coordinator of the Giants. To another associate, he said, what does a guy have to do? Another source familiar with Belichick's thinking said, politics kept him out. He doesn't believe this is a reflection on his accomplishments. Belichick declined comment to ESPN. The Pro Football Hall of Fame does not comment on the voting of the selection committee and awaits the unveiling of the class of 2026 at the NFL Honors on February 5th in San Francisco. A spokesperson for the Hall of Fame said in a statement.
I wonder if there were members of the selection committee racing to the phone so they could be the one to call him and tell him he didn't make it.
Because, like, what would be your rationale in not letting him in outside of his conduct in the media?
The cheating.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Spygate. Deflategate.
But it's not like any of the wins were vacated or anything.
No.
Multiple sources told ESPN that Spygate and Deflategate came up in deliberations amongst voters.
Okay. Spygate to me worse than Deflategate.
The only explanation for the outcome was the cheating stuff. A veteran Hall voter told ESPN on Tuesday it really bothered some of the guys.
Well, if you're not going to put some people in the Baseball Hall of Fame because of their alleged cheating with the steroids, I guess you could claim that with football as well. But I have a feeling it has more to do with just he was so darn mean to us for how many years. We're not going to reward him with this.
I agree.
At least not right away.
Bill Polian denied telling fellow writers that Belichick should serve a 1-year penance for Spygate. He said he heard his fellow writers float the idea, but insisted he didn't agree or disagree with the proposal. Polian said he voted for Kraft and even spoke up on behalf during the deliberations, saying Kraft had no knowledge of the Spygate scheme. Polian added that he could not remember with 100% certainty if he voted for Belichick, saying he was 95% sure he voted for the coach and a player, most likely.
Guys are not forgetting about who they voted for.
And that was a backtrack because he came out originally and basically unequivocally said he voted for him.
Now he's leaving open. Doug, would you remember who you voted for in the hall?
I would think so, since he probably just came out of the room where he voted.
Who'd you vote for? I don't remember.
When told that Belichick isn't a first-ballot Hall of Famer, Peter King, a 32-year Hall of Fame voter who is now retired from the committee, said, "Holy F, I am very, very surprised. A lot of things happen in that room that are unexpected, and, of course, this is a big surprise for me." That's Peter King.
Well, I don't have any doubt that he'll get in eventually. But I'm sure there's a lot of people around the league very happy that he didn't get in.
There are 8 other semifinalists in the coaches category this year. Tom Coughlin. What if Coughlin gets him again?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Mike Holmgren, Chuck Knox, Buddy Parker, Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer, George Seifert, and Mike Shanahan. Belichick falling short this year means that 3 other head coaching favorites will likely need to wait at least a year for their turn. Shanahan, Coughlin, and last year's coaching finalists who fell short, Holmgren. Peter King said it pushes all these coaches back a year. You have to ask yourself, what does the coaches committee do next year? Are they going to again advance Belichick? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they don't? This decision has a major impact beyond just 1 year. That's Peter King. So there you go. So I guess that means no coach goes in this year.
Well, is that what they're saying, definitely?
Yeah.
None of the coaches got in?
Because now Belichick will get in this year.
No, I guess. Well, I'm enjoying it for now that he didn't get in. There's no doubt that his credentials make him, if not the best NFL coach of all time, certainly right up there with him.
One of the 3 best.
Yeah.
Andy Pants wants a piece of your ass, Chairman Kurt.
What's up with him?
So do you guys only accept emails from the same people all the time? So that's how you get a winner? Because somebody can win more than once? That's from Andy Pants.
There was a new entry in there today.
Lee
Street Deli alum.
Oh. So Andy Pants, to answer your question, Chairman Kurt saying no, that is not correct. And what do you say? Be
better, not bitter.
Shout out Proud Joe.
Yeah.
We will announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in the next segment. Doug, but before we do that, you're going to tell people about Mark Milton, STLTaxLawyer.com.
Well, there are some people that are bitter and not bitter because of their tax situation. Maybe they didn't file a tax return, or you just messed it up completely somehow, and now you're deep in debt to the IRS, and you're facing big legal problems. Well, Mark Milton is a guy here locally that can help with all of that. If you've got unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, anything like that, heaven forbid an IRS criminal investigation, and you're facing a godforsaken tax man alone right now, don't do that. Mark Milton is here to help. You should contact him at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now he helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. This is one of the best in the country at what he does. So if you have any kind of IRS problem, you contact Mark Milton. He's here in St. Louis at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Final segment of TMA for January 28th, 2026, coming up next here on 101 ESPN with the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Day winner. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael himself takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now. You're going to get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills online at igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in and see the people at Michael's Flooring. You're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. They continue to grow, and there is a reason they've continued to grow through the 30-plus years. Employees love working for Michael at Michael's Flooring as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have it all. And then carpet, it's awesome, and it's back, so that's an option for you as well. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get 2 locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur. They're in Garden Prairie. They're in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow as they take on the Florida Panthers right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, here we go. This is it.
All right.
I mean, there's only 3 more Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day winners for the month of January. Allen, Dadeville, Buck Swope tied at 3 apiece. We've got the incel from the other end of the couch with 2 wins, a bunch of people with 1 win.
Okay.
Huge moment here because at this point, if you don't win today, you can't catch.
No, you can't.
Allen, Dadeville, or Buck Swope.
No.
So now we're starting to eliminate people. Now it's a college football playoff committee selection show. Ladies and gentlemen, with the winner for January 28th, 2026, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Jackson Burkett.
Well, we might have a Cinderella run still out there because a new winner has been crowned today. So maybe if they make a little run here, they can force the playoff. Midge.
Midge has won. Another female listener is in the mix.
And it shows you don't have to write a 6-paragraph essay to get the job done.
A couple of sentences.
And she was frustrated by the fact that she was chosen to play Chunk in her town's in edition of the Goonies play for the 4th straight year.
Something like
She's
that.
crying inside. Nobody knows it but her.
I don't know how that would translate to the stage.
Tony Rich
Goonies.
project.
I don't know. I'm not saying it would be bad. It's just interesting. And then running
Maybe Midge just does a great job interpreting Chunk.
Chunk's the one who did the shuffle. Yeah.
Tough spot. Ran into problems with the Fratellis, that and Ramsey.
Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Mama from the train. Am I right on that?
I don't even know what you guys are talking about right now. Chunk and
well, congratulations to Midge. So at this point now, you got to be somebody who's already won once in the month of January to win the $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. So we'll find out, Doug, tomorrow, the penultimate.
Just say next to the last.
Penultimate Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for the month of January. I don't know. We might have a 3-way playoff when it comes around on Monday. This thing's up for snatch grabs.
It
and
sure
it's
is.
fun. It's fun.
Yeah, okay.
BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson Burkett. For Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.